Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Joey.
Hello.
The Jays.
John, Josh, and Joey.
Yeah.
The three amigos are back.
Nice. The three amigos are always different, Joey.
It is
They're
different.
they're always different people. I like it,
Well,
though.
it's technically four if you include Austin into the picture.
Okay.
Austin.
But wasn't I a part of it one time?
Yes.
Okay.
So we
there's
could
like
kinda
there's
call
an
it-
alternate.
We could kind of call it the Beatles.
Oh, wow.
1620.
Someone is Pete Best, the drummer that was then no longer with the Beatles.
What happened
Jimmy
to him?
Allen.
He get kicked out?
No, I think Pete
He quit
left.
the band.
Yeah, he just didn't want to be in the band anymore, which
Tough
yikes.
look for that guy.
Yeah,
Then
not
they replaced him with Ringo.
we
Yeah.
love Ringo,
But,
John.
but Ringo
No,
got to be
we were-
along for the ride for
Yeah.
his life.
Ringo was
wait.
easily the weakest of the Beatles.
Never mind. He was dismissed.
Kicked out.
The Wikipedia page, there is a reasons for dismissal subsection, and there's like paragraphs.
Wow.
Like a whole Tom Chattel column in here of reasons why he was dismissed. It's that long.
Wow.
Yeah.
The future of the
Band,
Beatles is in question now.
his drumming ability, band chemistry, and difficulties between Mona Best and others. Who was Mona?
Oh, his
the-
wife.
The women again.
Women are getting in
Women.
the way of the Beatles.
It's a
Is a
yes.
theme.
It was a preview of the end of the Beatles.
Yeah, it's a real theme there.
I'll bet you Mona Best was a lot better musician than what's her
Yoko?
name? Yoko.
Yoko and her plastic band. There you go. So who's
Wow.
our Pete Best?
She was awful.
Who we kicking out?
Yeah, who are we dismissing because of chemistry?
I don't know.
We'll have to figure that
It's a
out.
conversation for a different day.
Topic
probably.
alert.
Topic
Topic
alert.
alert. Thank you, Joey.
Topic alert.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, guys? What are you up to?
Cat
Well,
sitting.
it's Friday. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's been a long week.
Has it?
It
Yeah.
has.
Feels like it.
It has.
Well, it's just weird because this is the first full week where I haven't had something else going on, like a game or a
Oh.
trip or anything like
Do you
that.
miss it?
Yeah, usually when I'm working with you, it's a Creighton game.
Exactly.
It's rare for me to be in the studio with the four of you guys.
That's right. That's right.
Because it's
So
always a remote show.
Yeah, it's just getting used to it again,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine. I'm not complaining.
No.
The damn allergies are still a pain in the ass.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I sneezed twice during the show today. That was
Bless you.
fun. Thank you.
Bless you. Again.
Is there
Thank you.
anything that is both relieving yet irritating at the same time
Oh,
as
then
a
a
sneeze?
sneeze.
I generally like sneezing, and
I hate sneezing.
I would
question.
hate it.
I would love sneezing if I wasn't talking on the radio while I had to sneeze.
Yeah, but I don't have to be talking on the radio. I could just be sitting down doing nothing.
Oh,
and
really?
just-
That doesn't feel good to you?
Well, again, I'm irritated by it, but then after it's done, you're like, okay, I got that crap out of my system.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like
I get it's
like taking like a needed tetanus booster.
I view it
or
as more of a
something.
positive. I view it as more
Okay.
more of a positive.
It's an irritant.
I just rather have it happen when I'm not driving because when it happens when I'm
Yeah.
driving
You're
and it's
holding the
real
steering
busy
wheel.
or
Yeah.
if there's sun glare, not fun.
Having
no,
a bad time?
No.
Not fun.
Sneezing
You
gets on your
sneeze the
window.
crap all over your
Yeah,
dash.
Yeah, not a good time.
well, I always turn now.
Well, in your window. Gross.
Well, no, towards the passenger seat.
Oh, the seat. Not
His
the
wife.
seat,
Hey,
John.
dear.
Well, but there's. I mean, I'm 99% of the time when I drive, I
You're
drive alone.
Yeah.
Sneeze shotting your wife. Unreal, John.
So yeah, I don't know what I would
That's
do if
nasty.
there was someone sitting in the seat next to me.
You probably sneeze all over them just by instinct.
Uh-huh.
I might.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm used to driving alone. Never mind the conversation we've had for the last 90 minutes.
I forgot you were
apologize.
there.
Forgot you were there.
I drive by. I mean, most people spend 99% of their driving probably alone. Maybe some more than others. But I have
That's a good
found
topic alert.
if I'm ever driving with somebody, I am more these days. I am more easily distracted
Yes.
by the other person. So, I don't know how to explain. I don't know how
It's
to
hard to
explain.
stay focused because their presence
Yes.
alone.
If
They're
you're worried you're
sitting
gonna
right
like
next to you.
No,
crash into a car.
Like I'll make an uncharacteristic driving mistake.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
When there's somebody else
like you're
in the car.
nervous.
And they'll think I'm a
Mm.
bad driver. Yeah, but I would never do that if I was just by myself.
Oh wow, you get stage fright.
Maybe. I think it's a distraction.
I want to ride in a
Just their
car with
presence
you.
alone.
You've. I'm trying to
Didn't we
remember.
go to Lincoln that one time? for that game?
Don't you remember he didn't want to be with you?
I ditched you. Remember the Colorado game? I ditched
Oh
you.
yeah, you were in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
I was in Minnesota.
Oh.
When we got picked up by your wife, did you drive? When we got picked up by
Probably.
her a year ago,
Probably.
Okay, so
Yep.
that was the one time. That was just
I
filled
picked
with.
you up. I picked you up. It was the middle of the night.
Yes, you did pick me up, but I didn't notice anything. I was tired.
Yeah, we were.
It was like 5 a.m.
We went to Vegas.
That was the second time.
And I
right?
couldn't find your house.
That's right. Yeah, you were just driving around, and so I don't live there anymore. Now, when I give you my address, it'll be easy.
It'll be an
peasy.
address.
It'll be a place,
That's
a house, garage.
That's
all
awesome.
those
An actual
things.
building.
And yes,
An
one
actual building.
Yes,
for
Josh has
yourself.
been living in a tent the
Yep.
last few years
Yep.
until now.
It's very confusing. It just sent me to the complete wrong place.
You
Sometimes
are
it's a
not-
boxcar.
You are not wrong. A lot of people are always like, "Where do I go?"
Yeah.
Mike Schaefer came and his dog passed away. R.I.P. Slider.
Yeah.
And he had all these new toys that they had gotten because they had one of those subscription services and a bunch of treats. And he was like, "I'm in town. His in-laws live over by my old place. Can I drop it off?" And I said, "Absolutely, thank you." And he got lost. It's like, I don't know where to go.
That's where the map thingy on the dash comes in very
And
handy.
he,
No,
he
but
used that.
it took you to the wrong place.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It takes you to the wrong place
For
when you try to
whatever
go to
reason.
Josh's house.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost like the phone is telling you you don't want to go over there.
It might
guess
be,
so.
You know, John, it might have said that. Why
Yeah.
would you want to go there? Why would you want to go there?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yep. But I don't live there anymore, so now no worries. No problems.
Pretty
whatsoever.
straightforward now.
Very easy to get to my place.
Pretty straightforward.
Very easy.
Good.
Yeah. Very nice.
I heard somebody say, who said this? Oh yeah, I was talking about it either during the podcast or before the podcast that I was taping with Mitch.
Nice.
He said that he went out he's a big yard guy. He said he went out into his yard and got some of the extra stuff up and kind of just did like and then there was like some pre-emergent that went down. Have you done anything with your lawn yet?
Not yet.
I haven't done a single thing.
I was hoping that I could do something this weekend, but with the pending weather, I don't know if I will be.
What, that little tiny bit of rain we're supposed to get?
Rain and cold, right?
Not anymore. The
Rain,
forecast.
cold, maybe some snow.
No snow, folks.
No snow.
No snow.
How could you guarantee
Better
such a
not.
thing?
What do you mean?
Don't trust him.
Please don't.
Don't trust him.
What do you think
Please
I am,
don't.
the devil?
Well,
I mean, it's going to be cold and rain. Sometimes
Okay.
it means snow.
What are you guys talking about with this cold situation? Let's look at the forecast.
yeah, it's
40 degrees? That's cold to you, Happer?
It's pretty
well,
cold.
If it was
it's
cold-
literally half of what
chilly.
we're going to have today.
It's
was-
almost at the borderline of snow
If
rain.
it was 40 degrees in early February, you would have said, wow.
yeah, but
Warm
we're,
fronts
we're-
moved in.
but we're almost in April,
Sure. That's true.
so it's different.
It'll be okay.
baseball has
It's
started.
a Sunday.
And the
Stay
baseball
inside and
started.
watch your sports. You love ball.
Yeah.
There will be ball to watch on Sunday.
I'll be chilling. I'll
Probably
be chilling
some
this weekend.
baseball to watch on Sunday.
I'm a little worried about Tuesday night.
Uh-oh.
Oh, in
John
Lincoln?
and I are supposed to do our first baseball game together.
in Lincoln.
Nice.
What's wrong with the weather? There's something wrong with the
it
weather?
looks about as questionable as the weekend.
Really?
I thought it was just windy. Windy and maybe a little chilly.
We'll check it out.
Yeah, well.
Tuesday, chance of showers, mostly cloudy.
Oh,
60.
no.
Oh, breezy with a southeast wind. Means that's
That's
gonna
blowing
be-
in.
That's blowing straight in.
Yeah. No
Yee.
grand slams for Teddy Dieters this year.
No.
Well, I don't know.
Wow. You guys on the call for a baseball
I
game.
can't wait.
I can't wait to hear you
mean,
I
guys.
can't wait.
I-
It's been a while since
Yeah.
chance to do baseball. I love it. That's great.
Ping.
There you go. You'll get back to working again, you lazy pile of crap.
Bless
What
you.
have I been doing all week?
Your regular job.
Sitting here babysitting
one
you.
job, amateur hour. Do a billion pods on the side, John. That's the real life.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Josh,
Why
how
would I
many
do
pods
that?
have you done this week?
Not very many, just 2 so far.
Mm.
And I'll do a third. Bless you. Wow.
Thank you. I'm
I'll do
sorry.
a third
See?
tomorrow.
Irritated, weren't you?
So yeah, just
Actually,
Are you
just
really?
a few pods. It's
no,
the slow time right now. You know,
slow.
it is just not a whole lot of sports stuff happening,
Well,
which is sad.
we're about to have are you ready to do shows at the ballpark?
You talking about the cultural series?
No, I'm talking about
Oh,
Creighton
yes.
baseball.
We'll be there a week from today.
like
Will we
they're-
not?
I was just looking at it.
Yeah.
They're
UConn?
like home all of April.
Oh, are they? Look at this. So we'll be there next week.
Yeah, they got like 15 games at home in April.
Yeah.
Are you the baseball producer too, Joey?
There's a few others.
Few others.
Why is he looking at the camera when he said that?
Nice.
Why did he
No,
do that?
I'm looking at John and
Joey is like
I'm looking at schedule here.
Joey's like the kind of the king of the producers. He kind of tells the producers what to do.
Yeah, we'll be at the
So
ballpark.
you have the director of audio, director of video, director of producers.
I'm
Yeah.
bookkeeping things.
Yeah.
I like it, Joey.
We'll be at the ballpark next Friday.
I'm a schedule
Bless you.
guy. Don't forget.
And then the following Tuesday.
And then the following Tuesday for the Nebraska game.
No. North Dakota State game.
Or
following
North
Tuesday.
Dakota State, yes.
Yeah.
Then the following Tuesday against Nebraska.
Nice. And then the St. John's game
Oh,
on Thursday and on
Thursday
Friday. Oh,
and
'cause of
Friday.
Easter weekend.
Easter.
I'll be gone those days. I'm going to Boston, so you'll have to have a fill-in who comes to the ballpark with
fill
you.
in at the ballpark.
That's exciting.
I got a
Make
Celtics
sure they have
hat.
a media pass.
I got an extra Celtics hat if you need, Josh.
No,
for good
thank you,
luck.
Joey. I appreciate the offer, but no. Would you stop?
I can't.
See?
What am I supposed
Told
to
you it's
do?
irritating.
I
Good
can't.
Lord.
Yes, it's reached the point of irritation.
Yep.
Now.
Wow,
See?
John's gonna have 4 ballpark shows with fill-in producers because I'll be in Boston. That's incredible.
That is incredible for somebody.
Yep, it definitely is. That's exciting. Just make sure they have a media pass. April 29th, the Omaha game. That's the 11
Oh, that's
a.m.
Kids Day.
Oh,
That's Kids Day.
nothing like listening to that game on the radio.
That's
Kids
early
Day.
for the kids' game.
Yeah,
Kids'
normally
game's
that's
always
May,
in
right?
May. Apparently, they had to move it around a bit.
Well, there's 2 games in Lincoln this year. Is that new?
Yes.
I don't
Interesting.
know why that is.
So next year will it be 2 in Omaha?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe that was at the request of Will Bolt.
Well,
They wanted to.
I wonder if you can
they
even
wanted
make
to
that
do-
request next year.
Wow. You fired Will Bolt?
No, I asked a question. Did Dannon?
That's
Yes.
listen.
Yes.
He's.
Yes.
It's all about what he can do to help.
Okay. Dannon?
How much yogurt do you need?
Yes.
All of it.
You're not feeling well. Yogurt is filled with probiotics. Let me be your probiotics.
Okay.
Said Mr. Yogurt.
Are you guys going to do the Omaha game on May 13th at Omaha?
Probably.
playing Omaha
Good old
twice
Hal
this year?
Anderson Field.
Probably.
What will you do?
at the
Will you do
Tao.
the show from the ballpark?
What day is that?
Tuesday, May 13th.
What time?
6.
Yeah, that's what
That's what we did last year.
We did it last year.
Okay, cool. That's exciting.
Yeah, we did it last
We
year.
pumped in the YouTube video of the sound.
Yes.
Wow. Can't believe it's baseball season. This is unreal.
You can't believe it's baseball.
No, the year is going by fast. It's April on Tuesday. It's pretty wild.
Pretty much.
It
soon
feels
it'll
like
be
April already.
CWS.
It does feel like
It
April
does.
already. Yeah. Oh, YouTube user, great question. What's the latest with Joey producing
Oh, goodness.
his 2025 NFL schedule
I'm
projection?
still
Great
waiting.
question.
I'm still waiting for a particular someone to make a decision
There is the Rogers of it all.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good
because
point.
that's going to drive some ratings.
Yes, it
Yes,
will,
it
Joey.
will. See, I think
He gets it.
Joey gets it. He knows what he's talking
I
about.
produced the first week and I did not like it, so I'm just going to
Really?
start from scratch.
Who did you have the Eagles playing on the Thursday night?
I had the Commanders. I still have it that way.
You're a
Still have
smart
my
person,
Braz-
Joey.
I still have my Brazil game.
The better questions for Joey, I think, we haven't talked to him about yet on air, is his magical run through the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament. Have
yeah.
you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Yeah. What's his record now?
I don't know what it is
I
now.
don't know. The Midwest section is bad.
You didn't lose a
Ah.
game until when?
the North Carolina Ole Miss game.
And that was what day?
That was Friday. That was the seventh.
Friday night.
That was the 7th game of the second.
So
day.
you started 22-0.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. At one point on ESPN, I was one of 3,116 perfect brackets. remaining.
Amazing.
Out of
That is
25 million.
incredible.
Probably the best start I ever had.
The few, the proud, the 1 out of 3,140.
The photo that Joey tweeted out
He's
the
like, I
first
can't
night.
believe
This is my life. The LeBron James.
So funny.
So
thing,
good.
That was a screenshot from my sister during a FaceTime phone call.
Wow.
There you go.
So
Look at
I
that.
don't.
A deep cut.
One of
the
those
Joey
moments
family.
where it's one of those things where I'm just walking around on the phone. When I'm on the phone, I always walk around and just do random.
You look like
Hey,
LeBron.
do whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, that's so exciting.
That is fantastic.
22.
But you're
I
struggling
I even checked
Kinda-
with
kinda
Joey on the
struggling
way
right
back from the end of after Creighton got eliminated. Because I had told Rob Anderson, hey, our producer was perfect, but I'd lost track, and Joey let me know that he was no longer perfect.
Ugh,
Yeah,
Bummer.
can you be perfect?
Yeah, thank you, North Carolina.
Jerks.
I had Gonzaga beating Houston, and I thought that was going to happen.
It was
I
looking
had Gonzaga in the
for a
Final
while.
Four.
It was looking okay.
So now you're not only not going to be perfect, you're not going to.
That section of the bracket is bad.
Yeah, that sucks.
I had Gonzaga against Illinois in the Elite Eight.
Wow.
Are they going to run Purdue off the floor tonight?
I believe so.
I do too.
I've picked Houston to win the national championship since like January.
I'm in on Houston winning the title as well. 8.5-point favorites tonight.
I have Florida over Duke.
Florida over Duke. I will say I have something to admit, and I will apologize for this. Watching Cooper Flagg last night, I was like, you know what? I kind of want them to go to the title game. It would just be fun.
He is a very likable.
Dude, he is really
He is
good.
incredibly
That block
likable.
that he had was awesome.
He threw that thing.
He is huge. How old is he? Is he 19 now or is he still 18?
I don't know.
He is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He does not look like a freshman.
He's so likable too. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I don't get Duke. Duke is
He's 18.
so him and Zion
Yep.
have like both been incredibly likable
Yep.
at
Yeah.
Duke.
Yes.
Which
is
is the
hard
place
to
where
do.
we hate people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They gave us all the hateable people.
And,
But
and
now
Christian
the only
Laettner.
vibes that those guys give off is like, I would stay in college forever.
Yeah.
If it didn't make the least amount of sense in
Right.
the world.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah, I want them to go on a run because it'd be fun. It'd be fun to watch them more. So sorry, I'm rooting for Duke, everybody. I apologize.
He's a
It was fun to see Kansas beat Duke in Omaha 7 years back.
Oh, yeah.
That was
You
a
were in the
great
building
game.
too.
Yeah, I was nosebleed at the very top.
Oh man,
It was a great game.
I
I was probably above you. I was in the hockey press box.
Oh man, I will never have seats as good as I
Is
had that
behind
night
the bench?
for a game that important.
I was up in the sky.
Yeah, is it the side behind the bench or the other side?
Across.
It's across from
Yeah.
the bench. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where the hockey
I was in
puck
row
is.
1 or 2. It was
Oh,
stupid.
that's right. You had really good seats.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was Michael, Gary, me. I think. Were you there that
No,
day?
I
You
was
didn't-
not.
You didn't come
I
for
was,
that
I
one.
was in Omaha. I was
Dirk.
back
I
home.
think Dirk was hanging out by. It was awesome. You know,
Wow.
just great times.
Wow.
Corey Lathrop. The,
What a time.
the luminaries of Omaha sports
Yeah.
media.
Luminaries indeed.
All right, so if Duke wins, they're on the side of playing Houston. They're on that side of the bracket. Okay, Duke Houston would be tight. That would be really cool.
Tight.
So
tight.
Duke, Florida, Houston, Florida. I think that is probably going to be the title game, right? Is that what it's going to
Houston, Florida.
be? Houston or Duke versus Florida?
I think it's Duke, Florida.
it's going to be Florida, right, from that side? Or are you guys thinking Michigan State does that weird thing where they make the
Well,
Final
Auburn.
Four? Auburn. People do like Auburn.
Man.
I got Michigan State against
I'm
Florida
not
in the
convinced
Final
on
Four.
them either.
Yeah.
On Auburn?
What
I
did you
don't
say,
know,
Happer?
man. They were good, man.
I'm not totally convinced on Auburn.
Yeah.
Out of the one seeds, they might be my fourth.
Yeah.
Well, they finished the season not very good, and
No.
everyone was like, "Oh, Creighton could get them," and then they didn't. They
And then
didn't.
Well,
get
they
them.
just fouled all the time.
yeah, they
Never
did
got
foul.
called.
They did foul all the time.
Love fouling.
Amazing Tammy says Duke not happy about the latest White Lotus episode.
Yeah, I've heard about this. This
So-
was an odd news story.
very good. Are we talking about it today, John? Did you put that on the rundown?
It's in there.
Okay, perfect. Well, we won't spoil it today.
There you go.
Very funny. I think it's hilarious.
It's pretty fun.
I love that they're having to respond in earnest on Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't really have to
They
respond.
don't. I don't know why they feel like they need to. It's just a shirt.
It's just a shirt.
It's just a shirt. It's a television show.
Much like Nick would say, hats are just hats. I don't like the Yankees. I
I'm-
just wear a Yankee hat.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure, he does.
I'm not a weirdo. I'm just wearing this Duke shirt.
With a gun in my hand.
Ah, man.
What a show. I wish I could talk about it with my coworkers
Yeah, I
and
wish I could
friends.
tell you that it was a great show.
Yep.
I don't know anything about it.
This
My
dollar-
wife watches it, though. You should talk to her about it.
Oh, let's get Jackie on for the White Lotus segment.
She's got TV takes. There's no
Oh,
doubt
I
about
know that. That's
Yeah.
all I see her tweet about.
Yeah.
But it's usually garbage reality TV, not
Yeah.
the White Lotus.
Yeah. Yeah, she has White Lotus. She watches the White Lotus.
Yeah.
She watches a lot of things with like just on silent with closed caption. So
What?
it's unclear.
She turns the volume down?
Yeah.
That's
Because of the
sick.
child?
Well, I think probably partly because of that.
Why
but,
doesn't she do the thing where she wears headphones and Bluetooth?
I-
That's what I do sometimes when I watch shows.
well, she would have to hear the child.
Get
if-
the runner headphones where they're bone conducive, and so you can hear them, but you can hear the
Okay,
world.
yeah, right.
That's what I wear when I run.
I think
What
she's
do you
just
need
got.
headphones for to watch television.
no, if she wants to hear the child,
Well-
I watch it like sometimes my wife, she'll go to bed
You
and
don't
I'll
have children.
No, she'll go to bed, and so I'll just put my headphones on and I'll watch the show that's on the TV with the Bluetooth on. It's great.
Why are you watching the show? Why don't you watch the show in the living room?
Because the bed is so comfy. I love laying down.
But I thought you had this gigantic couch now.
It is incredible. We watched the
Couches
bid on
are
that
used
couch
not
last
only
night.
for
God,
sitting.
I love our new couch.
Nice.
And yet you're still volunteering to go to the bed.
Now, to be fair, this was like at the old place. I haven't watched a movie or TV show yet in our bedroom with my headphones on. It'll happen though.
I'll be watching the Righteous Gemstones real loud right now.
Oh God,
I'm watching it. It's loud.
Are you caught up on the Gemstones, John?
I am not.
Wow,
I'm not.
unreal.
Can't wait to be caught up. Then we can all talk about it
I'll
together.
You
get
did
there.
nothing this week. You could have watched the Gemstones.
What do you mean I did nothing
You just
this
said,
week?
man, my week was
Yes,
so
you-
empty. I had nothing to do.
I had a lot of stuff going on.
Like what?
I had stuff going
Not
on.
John
doing-
had stuff.
I had
Okay.
stuff
I don't
going
buy
on.
this.
And I was watching
He
other
was
things.
looking at his bird feeder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know about that. We know about the
I was
bird
watching
feeder.
the squirrels and the birds and things.
Wow, that's so exciting.
When I saw you tweet out a picture from your bird feeder, I laughed.
Multiple people reached out to me about this.
What do you mean?
About John taking a picture of his bird feeder. Just
What
like,
did they say?
Why are they
He's
reaching
on.
out to you?
what do you mean? Because I'm your coworker.
That doesn't mean anything.
You're saying nobody ever reaches out to you about me like, God,
No.
Josh is an idiot.
No.
Really?
No.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, sometimes people do that about you and they're like, wow, he's old. People reach out to me
reach
about
out to Josh. People reach
Jackass
out
is
to
talking
Josh.
behind my back, grow
Seriously.
some balls, and reach out to me. You got
That's
a
right.
problem.
Reach out to John.
People reach out to me about John, about Jack, and occasionally about Mike Schaefer. And that's usually just his Vikings fandom. It's like, man, Schaef's the Vikings, huh? Like, I'm like, yeah.
Schaefer just hates his teams.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Nobody ever texts you like, wow, Josh is going to be miserable because the Cowboys lost again. And
No.
you're like, ha, 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 I know.
Wow. No.
Wow, that's wild. Interesting.
These are terrible people.
I
you
think they're
associate
great
with.
people. I like it.
What are they
I
saying
think
about
they're
John's
terrible
bird
people.
feeder?
Just that John looks like a 100-year-old man tweeting out a picture of it.
Actually, it wouldn't be. It's the latest in technology. Solar powered cameras. We didn't used to have cameras on our bird
It's
feeders
the
back in the
Rolls
day.
Royce of bird
You
feeders.
might say I'm the young in this conversation.
But
You're
it's
all
about
the olds.
birds. It's about birds. Youngs don't like birds.
Why don't youngs like birds?
I don't know.
I
Just
thought you youngs are all about the environment. And
No,
saving
birds aren't
everything.
real. Birds, they don't believe in
Oh, they're
birds.
real. That's why I had to get the camera to prove
Hmm.
you idiots that the birds are real.
yeah. It's like a activity that older people do. Watch birds.
I don't
My
actually,
mom loves
I
birds.
don't actually watch them. I mean, the wife's the one that's got the app. She just sends me the pictures.
Oh.
So she's the old one, is what you're saying.
Oh yes,
John's wife is old.
yes,
John Bishop.
Yes, she got it. It's her. All I did was set the thing up.
Mm.
The rest of it is all her. She's got the app.
I like to flight track. Is that old? I like to look at.
Is it about coaching searches or
No. I
So
just-
wait,
Every once in a while,
Just
I look at it.
random flights.
No,
Go to
sometimes.
FlightAware.
There's this feature on the flight tracking app where you could point your camera up into the sky and identifies the plane that's there, and it tells me
by
where
the
it's going.
chemtrails.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Really?
Wait, it can identify
Yeah.
the plane.
Oh yeah, here, check.
do you
this
have to
out.
pay for this?
My sister's a pilot. I wonder if she's
This is
aware
weird.
of that.
There is a paid version.
Do you
of it.
have it?
I don't.
How much is the paid version?
What-
it's a
And
few
what
bucks
do
a
you
month.
get?
Yeah. What does the paid version give you?
Yeah, I mean, like
You
identifying
get some
a
more stuff like, like
flight history.
Do you get like their
Plane
ancestry.com information
kind
of every
of.
passenger?
It's like planes. It's the planeancestry.com.
No,
Wow.
that's exciting.
You know?
Wow, Happer. This Otson says old adjacent,
Old adjacent, not as old as birds.
not as old as birds. That's a weird. I don't know. It's weird adjacent is what it is.
Weird adjacent.
Like Stephen
So when you-
Glansberg
so-
type
So
stuff.
when you see a plane
People
way
don't
up
forget.
above overhead, you check it out, the flight tracker. Is that what you're just saying you're doing?
That's right. That's right.
Hmm.
Doesn't appear to be. I guess there's one just going over the Bellevue area right now. Southwest flight,
Where's it going?
Buffalo to Vegas, flying right. It's right here in Omaha right now.
Where's it at?
Buffalo to Vegas. Josh Allen could be on there.
No, wait. Bellevue is that. I guess we can't see it over
Yeah,
here.
but-
Bummer.
Josh
see
Allen
this.
ain't on no damn Southwest
But I
flight.
guess it's probably way up there.
No, he's
probably
not.
up there somewhere. Where's it at? So it's over Bellevue right now.
Okay,
It's,
hold on.
it's, a little-
There is
it's
a-
actually closer
there-
to Lincoln
Where's
now.
there a plane, John?
There is, see the chemtrail?
Oh, over there.
That's
John,
it. That's probably it.
Happer,
That's it.
no, that's going west.
It's going west.
No, what?
Is it
Yeah,
Buffalo
but
to Vegas?
It's going Buffalo to Vegas.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
You think
that's
that-
not over Bellevue. That thing's like over.
That's over Gretna.
Oh, it's probably.
How far away is that one right now? Chance writes, did someone say planes?
And there's another chemtrail. It looks like it's coming this way.
Where? Which one, John?
See, next, look to the left of it. And they said I'm being the old one.
Oh, I see it, Happer. Yeah. You got it? You figure it out?
All right, so what do we got here?
Denver to Cleveland.
Denver to Cleveland.
Denver to Cleveland, Southwest. Yet again,
Is this one?
it's a 7:37 max 8. It's it'll be in
And
Cleveland an hour.
what
and
about
a
the
half.
other
It's
one
going
is the one
west.
to Vegas?
Yeah, there's a few of them that are up right in that area right now.
Wow.
There's only two. I only see two.
That's so exciting.
There's a Des Moines to Denver that's right up in that area.
Happer, I forget. Is it you that you're always like blown away by airplanes where you like get on the plane and then a few hours later?
Well,
you're
remember,
Yes,
he's
it
the
is
one that thinks he can
amazing.
fly it.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I didn't say that.
It is pretty cool. Flying planes.
You
is
said
pretty
you could
sweet.
land one.
Yeah, under the right circumstances.
every time.
Under the right circumstances.
So many qualifiers. It's like Boston with the number
Yeah,
of qualifiers.
I do like planes. I play flight simulator sometimes. I just fly around.
That seems kind of boring. Unless
It is
you're
boring.
unless you're like intentionally trying to run into other planes and
No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that.
It's like Grand Theft Auto, but for planes.
That's what I thought it was when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And now I'm an adult and I just fly
it's
them.
kind of boring though, because you can't just stop in midair, get out and pick up a prostitute.
You
No.
can't.
honk, honk. No, it doesn't work that way.
God, what a video game.
There's a new GTA coming out soon.
Really?
Yeah.
GTA 6?
Sometime.
The best
GTA
was when
6,
you would hijack a fire truck and just start running things over.
Seriously, you just go on the sidewalk and just
All
start
you
running
did.
people over.
That's all
Grand
you
Theft
ever
Auto
did.
6 is an upcoming game. Q3 or Q4 of this year.
John,
That's
you
a-
should get
Supposed to be.
GTA 6.
Yes, I should.
That's a video game that
Spend
almost
$350
makes me want to
spend
get
$100.
a PS5. Like just
What
for
if we got
SSNGs.
GTA 6
For
in
the
here?
studio?
Yeah.
Josh, pay attention.
We
Stop
gotta
playing
live
Grand Theft
stream it
Auto.
all
Just like Jack
times.
Mitchell's.
Oh, but
Do
I'm
a
in the
Jack Mitchell
car
live
with a
stream.
girl and it's like bouncing around like a trampoline.
This could be really good content.
It would be.
Mhm.
No, just do an online server with the Zone guys and Jack Mitchell.
Oh yeah, so the whole world is just us.
Yeah, it's just you guys.
Yeah, and then like you could go up to Jack's guy and like, rob him or something like that. Punch him in the face, shoot him.
All I would do is kick Jack's character in the nuts
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
because then it would just say, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?"
Mustache Adam says, I got her. Jack Mitchell after picking up a lady of the night. I pressed the celebration.
Where is that clip?
All right. Well, Joey, could you make sure the computer volume is turned on for us as we remember Jack Mitchell?
I got him! Going for the big play. Got him! And he makes the catch. Oh, no! What did I do? I pressed the celebration!
This part,
that actually works in complete context.
it really does.
I pressed the
I
celebration,
pressed the celebration.
which is a new way of saying I think I found the G spot.
The original video of us watching Jack in the middle of a Mitch
It's
Sherman
so
answer,
funny.
and we just start laughing. God, that was so good.
Because
Oh, my goodness.
you guys couldn't hear him, right?
No, we didn't. We
You
just
know,
saw.
you were
That's what
listening
made it
to
even
Mitch.
better was
Yeah.
then we got to
But
hear
then
it.
we got to hear.
Yeah, you're very great.
God.
it.
Do people still play that game? Nobody ever talks about it anymore.
I think football's over.
I haven't
Yeah,
touched, I haven't
football's
touched
over.
the game in months.
Really? You gonna get the next one?
Probably.
Man, that's a lot of money to not touch the game for months.
Football's over.
I'll be back.
It'll
We
be
talked
back.
about it
There'll
today.
be-
I
there'll be a
enjoyed your
new game.
discussions today. I was like, wow, that's a football show.
There'll be a new game by the time the football's back.
That's true.
Football.
That's a football team.
People are on to baseball video games now.
Are they?
Baseball.
Yeah.
The show?
Yeah.
Is it still the show?
Yep.
Matthew says, I play religiously.
There you go. Some people are.
No, I believe that's the name of the video game.
I'm already invested in Elon Musk's least favorite game,
What's that?
What's his?
Assassin's Creed.
Is that new? Is there a new one?
Yeah, the new one just released
it
last
just-
Thursday.
Is it
He
good?
hates Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, there was some feud between him and Assassin's Creed, and
Didn't know Assassin's Creed was a person.
There's something on Twitter, and Assassin's Creed responded.
Oh,
You'll have to look at it.
okay.
Nice.
Look into that.
It seems weird, but
Feud with John.
Par
What
for the
video
course.
game did you have a feud with?
Bird 3000.
Ooh.
Bird Feeder 3000.
Which yes, yeah.
I wonder if there's
Um,
actual video game.
God, I'm trying to remember, but there were a couple of video games that were like so ahead of their time, and they were hard to play.
They were they were too difficult for
Flappy
you.
Bird. I forgot.
Yeah, it was hard to
Flappy
figure out. I'm
Bird.
trying to remember which one it was. It'll come back to me some point.
Okay, Happer, what game
We
gave
just
you the
you
most
felt
trouble?
guilty for putting a damn quarter in it.
What game do I hate the most?
Like, what game gave you the most trouble?
Oh, I hate all video games nowadays because, especially the sports games, which I used to love dearly.
It peaked on the PS2.
Yeah, the whole thing now is
Too
putting
complicated?
stuff on the video game to make the kids want to play.
Oh,
it.
the micro
Yeah,
transactions.
I call
right?
it. I
Yeah.
call it
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
Oh, okay.
They're like, hey, we made the game a lot better this year. You can be SpongeBob if you want to.
No.
That's just an example. That's
No,
one of the
that
things they
doesn't
did
sound
on
good.
Madden. It's like, no, just fix the franchise mode. That's
Yeah.
what we've been asking for 25 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I have a beef with that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I was not playing video games anymore by the time that microtransactions were around. I was dumb.
Fire
Or I
it
was
back
dumb.
up. You get GTA 6. We'll all play.
I think we could. We're having a meeting soon. Maybe we bring that up in the meeting.
That's
with our
true.
boss. Hey, we want a PS5.
We want to play video games on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Could be fun.
Content. We're doing all sorts of new content on our YouTube page. Nick has an interview coming up that will be a YouTube exclusive.
Really?
Yeah. How about that?
is exclusive.
That's very exclusive.
Is this with like McLaren
It's with someone
Oh,
related to.
related to that?
it's only YouTube exclusive because. Would you
don't-
like to explain why?
Well, no, it was his idea.
Yeah.
He said
Okay.
we probably don't want it on the show,
'Cause
but I will do it.
Yeah, he knew that he was going to get a no on the show.
That's some initiative though by him.
It is. We
Some
appreciate that.
Very good initiative.
We
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I respect that.
I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
What did you use that meme for yesterday?
Oh,
Because I saw it floating around later.
yes. Was that about Holgo, the Oko? Let's find out. Yes, it was. It was Mitch tweeted out the quote where he said, "To me, yardage doesn't matter. Yards per play matter." And then
That
quoted
quote was
it.
hilarious.
I respect that.
I
The
respect
audio, because you played it today, very funny.
It's very funny.
Very funny.
Though that means he's taking shots at one of his own guys.
Mhm. Yeah, Happer doesn't think that he was. Happer thinks he was just saying it. Odson didn't believe that though. Odson thought that it might have been.
That just
like-
seems very specific given, you know,
I mean, he was
nature of
asked
the conversation.
about like yards per game.
Yeah.
So he went on this whole thing about
right.
yards per game. No, we don't really care. Whatever.
so
So at the end, it made sense that he
it-
said yards per play matter.
It was a setup by whoever asked the question
Exactly.
because they
Dirty,
remembered.
filthy media.
They remembered.
Yeah, they all laughed. They were all ha 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 ha.
Yeah, it was kind of like a, ooh.
Oh, that lame stream local media.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Always
We're all
stirring
about
up
to-
crap.
Take part in a very fun and very cool Husker games.
Mm-hmm. Wow. You think that's going to happen?
I don't know.
If what's going to happen?
Remember
The
what
me- the
Rule said
media-
earlier this week?
The
He wants
media seems
involved?
lukewarm about it.
Yeah, he wants Sipple to like catch a punt. Wasn't that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't think that's going to happen, John?
Oh, I'm sure somebody will volunteer.
You want to participate, John?
No,
Okay.
not really.
Okay.
I don't need to be within 10 miles of the Husker games.
Wow. Even if he invites you
No.
and says, "I'll do a 30-minute sit-down interview with you and Josh,"
I don't think he's going to do that.
but what if he
What if he did?
What if he did? What if he volunteered it?
Well, then he would probably
would-
get his interview.
You would do it.
But then we would probably wait in line between the other 5 podcasts that interviews with that
Mm.
day.
Yeah.
Isn't there a baseball
Busy
game at
man.
home that weekend? I think we'll be
Yes.
in Omaha. John and I will be high atop the Chuck box.
That's right. Creighton baseball always has saved me from having to attend spring games.
That's why we love them.
or in
Wow.
this case, non-spring games, but still attended events anyway.
Wow. Spring games. It'll be here before you know it.
I wonder if the neighbors will be just as annoyed with the Husker garage sale as I am when all of our neighbors have garage sales and all the traffic's in our neighborhood and people are parking in front of our driveway.
Oh, man. I just realized there will probably be a garage sale in my neighborhood this summer. Wow.
You have one of those.
I have a neighborhood.
You know what you should do? You should go to the Husker games and buy up a bunch of crap
and then sell
and
it
then
at your
resell
garage
it
sale.
at your garage sale.
Oh, not a bad idea.
I got a bunch of stuff at my place.
Do you?
Yes.
We did a pretty solid job of getting rid of stuff that we don't need anymore.
Good job.
I was very
Very
happy
good,
with the
very
amount of
good.
things we moved and then had to get rid of. It's not that much.
Good job by you.
You know, because by the end of moving, you just kind of start throwing crap into boxes. You begin packing and you're so good. You're like, oh, I'm going to organize everything. And then you get to the end. It's like, where did I put the whatever?
Did you have help? Did you have movers?
We had movers for the big stuff, for the couches, for the TV stand.
But that was like, hey, we got it all ready, and
then
wheel it out there.
So I got the key. I got the keys the night before our official move-in date. So I ended up just driving back and forth for 4 hours because I live 5 minutes away from the old place, just bringing boxes over. And so we actually got to cancel a U-Haul that we were going to do the next day for all the boxes. Yeah, it was an annoying night, but got all that stuff done.
Good job.
And so now we are putting the finishing touches on it this weekend because it's just odds and ends. So we're almost done.
Hanging some stuff on the wall.
That's all done. It's just like random crap that's at the old place, like a old computer that I use from time to time. And I don't know, a vacuum. So yeah, we're almost done.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Awesome indeed. Matthew wants to know if young Matt would do an Oklahoma drill with Levante Davis.
Oh, excellent idea.
Young Matt would volunteer himself for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, I mean, he volunteered himself to drive an hour there and an hour back just to ask one question.
Exactly. Why did he do that? I don't know. But he did do that.
Well, we've always been wanting a stunt person for our radio station.
Oh my gosh,
We might have
yes.
one.
Matt
There we go.
McMaster is 1620, the stunt man.
We'll
I
call
love
him
this
the
idea.
Fall Guy.
Nice.
Isn't that a movie name?
That was a TV show about a stunt man.
Oh, okay.
In a movie about a stunt man featuring Ryan Gosling.
Yes, that was based off the television show.
Based on
We
the
didn't watch
television
that,
show.
right? We haven't watched that for the movie club.
The Fall Guy?
Yeah.
No.
YouTube user says, did U-Haul charge you a late cancellation fee? No, they didn't, which was nice.
Oh, good.
Yeah, very good.
Customer friendly U-Haul.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
If you decide to do anything with your lawn, let me know because I'm still.
We'll see.
When's the weather supposed to turn
Yeah,
bad?
I don't know.
It seems like next week it's going to be in like the high 50s,
No,
low
I'm thinking
60s.
this weekend though.
Oh, I see what you mean.
If there's an opportunity,
Well, tomorrow it's PM thunderstorms.
It'd probably be a today, maybe this afternoon. I don't
Yeah.
know.
The
I don't know if I have it
issue-
in me.
The issue
Yeah.
isn't so much the thunderstorms; it's just the wind right now. You know, it's
That's
going to be a pain in the
Wouldn't
keister.
be so bad if it
wasn't for
for the wind,
Yeah, indeed.
the damn wind.
Indeed.
God, it's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
All
The
right.
dog was flipping out last night.
Ah,
She
dogs.
hates the wind, so she's sitting there, goes, Wrigley, settle down.
Wrigley, get down.
Yeah, he was very excited
Mm.
in a bad way. All right.
See y'all.
Bye, Eber.
Bye, Connor.
That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It's a One Beer Friday. The weekend is here. 1620 the zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Just gonna kick back on a Friday and make sure that we make it to the weekend safe and sound.
All right, football it is. 402-951-6020, 12-0 or 11-1. Let us know.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome. John, Josh, and Joey in today for Nick, who's
Triple J.
getting married.
Whoa!
Already?
I can't believe he didn't invite us.
Yeah, I
Wow.
think this is his wedding, actually. I don't think this
That
is
would be
friends.
awesome if he came back and he was like, I'm married, guys. We didn't know about his dog.
That's true. We didn't know about his dog.
Mm-hmm.
We went, as much as we talk about our own dogs, and he had a chance to just jump in the conversation. Hey, what about my dog?
Mm-hmm.
Never did. Then we find out by accident he has a dog.
Unreal.
Would not surprise me if we find out that young Nick got married this weekend.
Wow.
In fact, I'm just going to work under that assumption,
All right, cool.
just in case.
Should we tweet about it? Congrats to Nick on
Congrats to
getting married.
Nick on getting married.
All right, I'll do it from the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed
Which-
at USC1620.
Which you can participate. You can also send us a pic of what you're drinking this weekend because it is a One Beer Friday. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Plenty to celebrate with baseball being back. Got the Elite Eight this weekend after
Whoa.
tonight's Sweet 16.
Thank you. I was going to say Sweet 16 erasure. What is going on
Well,
here?
tonight, I was thinking Saturday, Sunday,
Yeah, that's true. That's
Elite
true.
Eight.
Mm-hmm.
And, Connor's found a new way to track planes, and so you could probably do that.
Wow, that is wild. That is very wild to me that he can just point his phone and they're like, this is where the plane is.
It's kind of like that app that I had for staring up into space, seeing what star you can find or what planet.
That's true. That's a good point.
Kind of a similar app. but
Yeah,
only
that
you're
doesn't
finding
feel as
planes.
creepy, right?
Less creepy.
There's like people on those planes.
There could be people up in the stars.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's
Mm-hmm.
life form.
Chance writes, did he propose with a shiny disc?
He could have.
Amazing Daniel, I can't imagine why that kid would be guarded with personal information around you guys. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we've always handled it with the utmost care and
I have no idea what you mean.
integrity.
Yeah, I have no idea what you mean.
We don't know.
Absolutely no idea.
We don't know what's going on. We're just here. We're just here.
And when you're here, you're family.
Something like that.
That's what they say about the Grum. When you're here, you're family.
Yes, we do. Well,
Mhm.
the Grum down that I just realized. I
Oh,
hadn't
you
uploaded
forgot to
yet.
upload
no.
it? I could
That
tell
was
you
the first time this week.
Well, you've been so busy this week with all those things you're doing.
What are you winking for?
I had some in my eye.
No, you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Allergies.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's been an allergy week.
You
John.
don't get allergies.
I know.
Your allergy is you're a damn Cowboy fan.
Yeah, that's not.
Cowboys, Lakers.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Talk about bandwagon.
What do you
loser
mean? They
bandwagon,
won on a
right?
buzzer
Exactly.
beater versus Indiana on Wednesday. I'm still living high off of that buzzer beater.
Mm.
I don't know what's
Certainly
happened.
nothing else happened after that.
I
sure
only
something
focus on
happened.
Wednesday basketball,
Okay.
not Thursday basketball.
Well, that's good because in Arkansas they thinking the same thing.
Oh no.
Oh, no, disaster.
Not great.
The other disaster was that the damn thing ended so freaking late. I didn't
Dude,
see it.
I was sleepy.
I couldn't
everybody
even
was
because I had that game going on. I had the Cubs game going on. I looked at my watch. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to make it to the end of both these. The Cubs were way out in front, so I
So
thought
you just went to bed?
I felt comfortable enough. And then I saw Arkansas was way out in front. I said, "Congrats, Coach Cal. See you in the morning. Wake up.
They
I'm
lost.
just not a fan of the tip times for the Sweet 16 in the.
Yeah, they're not good.
I think just start an hour earlier.
So you say start at 5 o'clock Central?
Yes.
5 and 5:30 Central, and then that would allow for the next games to start
Then there's hardly any guarantee games would go past midnight.
Or you don't have to do a 30-minute stagger, right?
Uh-huh.
You start the first game at 6 and the second game at 6:15.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, if you're going to run them both at the same time anyway, what's the purpose of the half-hour stagger?
That's not a bad idea, John.
Especially on a weeknight. Now, tonight, maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, it's
but on
Friday.
Thursday night,
Thursday, yeah.
come on, fix it.
Asian Joe says, I've always felt that John was like my kooky uncle. So the Grum is family indeed. The kooky uncle. That's awesome, John.
Speaking of kooky, Kevin Willard says, I don't know what I'm doing.
Who is he? Scott Frost in the Omaha World Herald comic?
You know, somewhere in College Park.
to do.
Somewhere in College Park, they could make that graphic novel.
He's going to sit on a golf cart today with a local scribe. Maybe Michael Wilbon will try to talk him into staying at Maryland.
Why would Michael Wilbon talk to him as staying in Maryland? Wouldn't it be he's SVP? He's the Maryland guy.
You're right. He is the Maryland guy. Good call.
If there was ever a guy who looks like he could be drawn very easily as a comic book character, it would be Kevin Willard.
Oh, yeah. Well, and Scott Van Pelt, because they're bald.
Yes.
Yeah, very easy to draw bald people.
Are bald people easy to draw?
Full question.
What Big Ten teams have the best chance to survive? We got 3 of them playing tonight.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Lost one last night, but we got 3 playing tonight.
Okay.
Jack Mitchell will join us here in a little bit.
He's already in the green room. He's already ready to go.
Kent's Movie Club is Stand By Me. Look forward to the conversation on
Did you watch it too, Joey?
Yes, I watched it this morning.
That's some excellent homework
I'm
by
telling you,
Joey.
Joey is like on the ball.
Yeah, he is. We appreciate that.
On
from
the
Joey.
I was here for
ball.
morning traffic, so there was hardly anything for me to do. So
Oh,
I
that's
just
good.
just put it on my phone. And
Oh, so
watched-
while you're trying to tell people about what traffic accidents to avoid,
That's
you
what-
were watching.
Watch out
kids
for the
looking
train!
a dead-
There's no accidents today.
No,
Good.
good for you, Omaha. Now you'll screw it up tonight on the way
Yeah,
home,
screwed
I'm
up in the
sure.
afternoon.
Oh,
But
man, there
good
was
for
a
you
nasty
today.
accident the other day.
The unicameral to the unsettlement. Try me.
Oh, God, we're talking politics today?
Yeah.
Rats, I didn't do any prep for politics.
The people have spoken. They've got no problems with Matt.
Good. Good.
A prime number. And it's a big one.
You ever do Number Munchers?
Number muncher.
It was a game to teach you about prime numbers on... It was like the
No.
old floppy disks that we played
No.
at school in like
No, I
third
don't
grade.
remember that one.
They also had word munchers. I liked number munchers better.
Down in Louisiana, they called them gumbo munchers.
Gumbo munchers. Waka, waka, waka.
And it is Friday, which means it's predictions and a 1 beer Friday.
Lovely.
402-951-1620 on the John Calipari hotline.
Oh, man.
That was a
Sad.
tough night for him.
It was indeed. Indeed it was.
Very tough night
Indeed,
for
it
him.
was.
Indeed it was.
I mean, if you're an Arkansas fan, are you really mad about how it got away? Are you happy? Because remember, this team was 0-5 to start in the SEC. They weren't even supposed to get to the damn tournament.
Well, if you
Well,
told
they got
them,
to the tournament, got to the second weekend.
you tell them, when they're 0-5, hey, you're going to make the Sweet 16 and go to overtime, they would all say, awesome, sign me
Yeah.
up. But if you tell them last night you are up by, what was their largest lead in that game?
14, I think.
And you
And
lose?
you lose.
They're not happy about that. They're not happy about
Yeah,
that.
did you see the graphic?
Oh.
John Calipari, 35-0 career record in the NCAA tournament when leading by 6 or more points at the half. That Sean McVay had a similar stat.
Yeah.
Where he was undefeated leading at halftime.
Who'd they lose to?
I'm trying to remember.
Was it this
It might have
season?
been Green Bay last year.
Oh, in that rainy game?
No, I think it was in.
Oh, was it the game where who was the backup quarterback?
Or was it
playing?
this year?
Did
Weren't the
Packers-
Rams ahead this year in LA?
After halftime.
At halftime, and then they lost?
They were.
I think that was the game. Either way, every time I'd see that graphic, I'm like, oh, God, it's going to be the Jinx. It's going to be the Jinx.
And then it did.
And then last night, it was the Jinx
Mm-hmm.
for Coach Cal. Now Texas Tech is moving on.
Wow. The SEC loses another.
Yes, they did.
The SEC loses
They
another.
got a handful left. They're fine.
They're going to be just
They're
fine.
going to be just fine.
Yeah,
They're going to be just
They already
fine.
got 2 in the Elite Eight anyway.
That's true. And they're guaranteed. Yeah, they're guaranteed another one with
That's wild.
either Kentucky or Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So 402-951-1620. Josh mentioned the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620.
Yep.
Send us a pic of what you're drinking. Hashtag One Beer Friday.
Cody literally just did that. It is a Voodoo Ranger hard charged tea. Look at that. Way to go into the weekend. Have fun.
Have fun. Exactly. Or the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personal.
Nice.
Answer the teleo phone on the first ring.
First ring.
So Jack Mitchell will join us next, and we'll find out what kind of fun and frivolity that
that he has planned
for this weekend.
Let's do it.
The Crown's coming up.
The Crown is coming up 3 days from now. Do we have that in predictions? Do we have the line on this game? Is there a line on this game?
I think there is, but
We'll have to take a look.
Yeah, thank you, Joey. We'll have it researched when we return.
It's Monday.
Hmm.
It's not weekend. Next Monday. We'll save that for a special edition of predictions.
On
we'll
Monday?
pick every Crown game.
Let's do it.
Totals and everything.
Excellent.
1620 The Zone.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats.
A reminder that the Edible 8 is underway in the Omaha Food Fight, presented by Union Bank and Trust. The field will cut in half as the fourth round voting ends after Sunday, March 30th. The Foodie 4, featuring the remaining 4 contestants, will then run Monday through next Wednesday. Vote now at 1620thezone.com for your favorite Omaha restaurant to see if they advance to the Foodie 4.
Now, we're not allowed to call the next thing the championship. Is that
Yeah,
right?
That's
apparently,
correct. That is correct.
Apparently,
Just call it the championship.
So there's
wait, some squatters out there just squatting on all these weird food.
Who are these people?
Okay, good Lord. First of all, you made up half of that, John. Have some respect for yourself. Do not let you're a co-founder of being what's ripped off. Jeez.
I have no respect. I don't get any residuals for that.
What are we calling the round of 16?
I think
Savory 16.
Yeah,
Savory
that's what
16.
I thought. Okay, well, you will get a cease and desist letter.
Oh, hello.
Listen, this is the finest food contest within 52.4 miles of this building that Josh and I are sitting in.
It's an incredible location.
Probably my 2 biggest bits in 18 years of radio have been a tournament of foods and a guarantee that winter will be over. What have you guys been doing on your show the last couple of weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Talking Husker football?
Yeah.
Oh, another thing we stole from Jack.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're going to say that was your idea too, Jack?
I was the first. A lot of people don't know. There was no one had talked Husker sports on the radio until 2006 when I came along. Yep.
Unreal.
Who is
Real
in
pioneer.
Who is in the OG Munch Madness? What are we down to here in your tournament?
Right. Who's in the OG or who's in now?
No. Yeah, like where are you at in your Munch Madness?
We are in the round of matchups in the round of 32, so we are halfway through. We have 8 of the Savory 16 who have been identified.
Because your voting is longer than our voting.
Yeah, we go out. We got another 2 weeks left, so it goes slightly past the actual basketball championship this year. So
who's looking to be the team that's gonna, or the restaurant that's gonna win it all? Who's gonna take home the championship?
I don't know. There is a diner in Lincoln that is very passionate. Some of the restaurants get very passionate into promoting and sort of whipping up the vote, and that usually helps. If you go by Penelope's Little Cafe in Lincoln, so this is at like 48th and Pioneer. It's just like a breakfast diner type place. It's good. They have made a banner that they have outside of by the big chrome grasshopper that they've got there for whatever reason. John, you know what I'm talking about. And then they also have finished in the Final Four or the championship, I believe 2 of the last 3 years, but not won the whole thing. And so I made a comment that they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride on the selection show. And their servers have been wearing veils around since Munch Madness has been going on.
That's awesome. Well played.
So they've gotten into it when Norm's on 48th won it. They use their marquee every time to talk trash to the restaurants they were going up against. And so that's often one of the keys. We got a waiver. Like today, we've got Waverly going up against Fallbrook in Lincoln, which I believe Waverly is more convenient to get to than Fallbrook in Lincoln. Vike's Corner in Waverly, I believe, is the only restaurant from outside of the Lincoln city limits this year. So shout out Waverly for getting the chance. Yeah, I don't know. I think Penelope's Little Cafe has a shot. Honest Abe's has advanced to the Savory 16 this year. They've often gone out early. They're promoting it a little bit this year.
That's surprising as much as Honest Abe's gets involved in that city.
They never do very well, but this might be the year for them. John Engine House Cafe, they're looking to pull out their first title since 15 years ago.
That's right. The first champion. You know, the Muchachos was upset in the first round.
Yes.
I didn't know about this place, but it's like a Hawaiian barbecue place. It's
Yep.
on my side of town.
How's
And I
it
looked at
Hawaiian
the menu,
barbecue?
And I
Yeah,
was like,
that's-
man, this looks like my kind of place.
There's a couple of new places that are getting some love. How's it Hawaiian barbecue? Tacos Los Hermanos, which is kind of by the Havelock area as well. They've kind of gotten some run in this whole thing. Other ones that people might not have heard of to try, Pita and Naan. They're a 7 seed. They're into the Savory 16. Berea Boss, which I've heard people say is awesome. I haven't been there yet. That's a 7 seed that has a shot. They might upset Isles Pub and Pizza here in this current round. So a lot of places you might not know about that. And that's kind of the joy of the whole thing, is learning about these places that aren't able to do a ton of marketing.
Agreed.
So,
Very cool.
Agreed.
Very cool.
So how much spring stuff are you taking in? Are you taking in more or less than in previous years?
well, I mean, if Rule talks, I listen to it. That's interesting to me.
Which he has once this week. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So I listened to that whole thing. So I was like excited when I heard they were gonna have an open practice. It was gonna be outside at stadium, wasn't even gonna be inside. And so, everybody who was there posted a video. And so I sat down, after it was over yesterday afternoon and pulled it up, and I was like, I'm gonna check this out. And I watched it for about 45 seconds, and I was like, I am bored of this.
Jack, no, that's so negative of you to say.
I
But
just-
Jack
so
being
true.
I was just like,
negative.
I can't
So
tell.
true.
I have no ability to evaluate anything really and I don't know who half the players are, and I don't have you know what? I'm just going to turn this off
Wow.
for now. So
Like you were going to watch. You didn't watch any. He watched more of it than you did.
That's not true. I watched like 5 or 6 videos.
Of the same thing he was watching?
Probably like Dylan Raiola throwing passes. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
I saw
yeah, I
passes
saw-
from Emmett Johnson.
We've never seen that before.
yeah, I saw Dylan Raiola.
We have it on March
passes.
27th, 2025, John. I had not. That was the
Cool,
first.
with
I
no
watched,
pads.
What are you talking about? I'm watching.
No resistance.
I watched though.
Saw some
I thought it was
guys.
neat.
I think I saw some guys doing some jumping jacks, that kind of
Yikes.
thing.
I didn't watch
Doing
any of that crap.
Doing some stretching,
Yeah.
right? Right.
Uh-huh.
Little running some hills, that kind of. No, they weren't doing that.
Hills.
I'm thinking
Jerry
about-
Rice, like Jerry Rice.
So we
Jack,
had.
here's-
That's what we had to do in football practice.
Stadium project.
Here's a question for you, Jack. What is a topic that people are going to leave spring ball confident about when they should definitely not leave spring ball being confident about said topic?
Confident, as in like a positive way, or just confident that
Either
it
way.
is.
John seems confused by this question. Do you not understand the question? Do you not understand the prompt?
What are you trying to do here?
I'm just asking, like, people are going to make definitive statements in a month, but what should
Do you think
what
they
should we
will?
chill out on? Yes, of course.
I don't
Are
know
you
if they
guys
will.
new here? What's going on right
I don't
now?
know.
But in all seriousness, how are we going to make definitive statements? Because usually those
Because people love making
statements,
definitive statements.
Yeah, but those definitive statements usually come out of watching a spring game, of which there won't be one.
There will be the Husker games, John.
If anyone makes a definitive statement, I mean, as ridiculous as it is to make definitive statements out of a spring game, it's triply ridiculous to do it out of a
No spring game.
garage sale and a volleyball scrimmage.
Listen, you want my probably real answer is that the assumption is going to be that none of the transfers are going to measure up to what we, the hope is that they're going to be. And I think that'll be wrong.
Oh, no.
No,
really? You think that's the case? Because it seems, because I know Sam and the folks over at Omaha.com, they're starting their, transfer by transfer preview. And I sense that
that's the
a lot of
media.
that.
That's the media hype, John. You need to be vigilant about
damn media.
The fans are very vigilant with making sure the media hype doesn't get too high because they don't want their emotion. They believed it before. They're not going to be the boy who cried wolf this time around. Right? Or they're not going to fall victim to the boy who cried wolf.
Okay.
That's what I was.
Classic media, always being too positive. Picking Nebraska to go 10-2, for example, in Scott Frost last year. Can you imagine Jack being one of those idiotic
It was a
media
bit.
members?
It was a bit. It was.
If it happened, yeah.
Listen, I'm a very negative person typically. A lot of people forget that. So don't be throwing
The
those.
most negative of all the Husker media members.
Yes, 100%. Many have said.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a little inside thing.
Does it? There was a question that it kind of came up yesterday, just organically. We were in the crossover, and I just made a offhand comment about. It seems that there are people that are starting to get out on Matt Rule. And we did a poll question today, and that couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently there's a pretty loud minority out there.
Just loud and annoying. That's
right.
What.
Right. Right. Did you get that? Did you have that feeling that things were people were strangely being negative towards Matt Rule?
I did, but it's interesting to hear your not myself. I need to
that's what I'm clarifying.
No, I definitely had that feeling. But apparently, like I said, it's a loud, slightly annoying contingent that's doing that. That's the one. Those are the ones that are saying that. But yeah, I feel like I get it. I don't know. I feel like these days everybody gets out on coaches before it's very quick. So before me for sure.
Yeah.
Before me. And so
what explains that? Is it just an incredibly loud minority, like of just a really, really, really loud minority?
Maybe your poll is very unscientific. Although I would think, honestly, like your poll would be a pretty good representation of the fan.
Well, here's how it was. So the question as it was asked, whether it is his recent press conferences, decision to cancel spring game, Tennessee series, or general grumpiness in the fan base, some folks have soured in their attitude towards Matt Rule. Has your attitude towards Matt Rule changed this offseason? 78% say nope, still approve. 9% said they've already been sour on Matt Rule. 8% said, yes, I have soured. And 5% say their attitude has improved. So if you combine the two negatives, it's less than about 17%.
All right. Well, that's interesting. I stand corrected then about the sentiment.
Sounds very, very normal, right? Because if you were to run this for just about any coach in any offseason, I would think, especially if you're coming off a bowl year, I would sense that most people would be like, no, nothing's changed, because the offseason doesn't usually change a lot of people's opinions unless something really dramatic happens one way or the other.
Right. Yeah, and that's basically how I feel.
Yeah.
Same. Apparently I'm more in the majority than I realized.
Yeah, I'm reading through some of the responses, and it's pretty interesting to see how people were answering John's question, not just the votes, but what they were actually saying. And it really does seem like, have we been reading the room completely wrong? I guess is kind of what I'm wondering about.
That's what this is telling me.
Donald says he's on an all-world cringe tour. So, I mean, but again, that's a minority response in a lot of this. Interesting. Very interesting. I would not have guessed those responses would have come in like that.
Yeah. No, this is about as one-sided on a question similar to this as we've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
And it's refreshing. I suppose it's another lesson learned about, not letting social media determine exactly everything. And of course, obviously I ran the poll on social media,
sure.
But in terms of just the general comments that you get, that it's just not that bad. And that's why I asked the question openly like yesterday, because I was confused by it.
Yeah.
I was confused about the vibe I thought I was feeling towards, and any attitude change towards Matt Rule.
Well, I'm gonna adjust my my attitude then about, not my personal attitude about the team, but my attitude about my characterization of what the fan base is thinking, right? And I'm glad because goodness sakes, we've been through enough, 50 pro, 50 against situations here in Nebraska with coach, and it makes the seasons completely unfun, in my opinion. And so good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm reassured. Let's all get on the bandwagon, and it's happening in year 3.
Choo-choo. Jack, I wanted to ask you a basketball question unrelated to the crown. So Robin Washut over the weekend, Husker Online, had some really interesting numbers about Nebraska, name, image, likeness in basketball. And it kind of got me thinking about, in an era of pay for play, which is just about to happen, we're going to learn on April the 7th about what schools can and can't do in terms of that money. And we're expecting the $20.5 million to get passed. In that era, moving forward, is Nebraska's basketball collective going to be more important in the revenue sharing era, given that Nebraska is going to allocate the majority of their millions of dollars to the football program?
This sounds like an accounting test question.
No, it's. I'm just wondering, like, are the hoops boosters about to be more important than they have been in recent years? And if the answer is yes, because I think the answer is yes, I wonder what we think that means for the program.
You're saying
they're a good thing or a bad thing?
They're more important because revenue sorry, I'm still trying to understand the premise of why that might be the case. Tell me why you believe that.
All right,
Why
so
don't you
revenue
just
share-
answer your question?
Why don't you just tell me what movie
And
you
I'll
want?
just say yes or no.
Okay, perfect. So the revenue sharing number is $20.5 million. We do not know a definitive number on Nebraska football and what they will get allocated, but one of the numbers that I have heard is $16 million. Let's say it's not even 16. Let's say it's $15 million, which is still, 75%, basically, close to 75%, three quarters. And then you got volleyball, and you have men's basketball. The point that I'm ultimately trying to make is Nebraska is not going to be able to allocate as much to their men's basketball program as certainly a Creighton will, but, other schools that care about Nebraska or care about basketball have had more success at basketball than Nebraska has had. Thus, if Nebraska is going to keep up with the Joneses,
I got it. Yeah.
the boosters are going to have to fill in those gaps.
I mean, I guess I didn't know those numbers or if that was the case. And so, but if what you're saying is true, which I have no reason to believe that it's not, I mean, yes. And then the concern is, do those people really exist? Right?
Yes.
That's my question. And I don't
they don't, according to Corn Nation. So
yes, that's true.
Or they shouldn't.
Yeah. I hope those people, I hope those specific people are around. And if that is in fact the case, that Nebraska is going to be behind, but the thing is, they're already behind them in NIL, Josh, so I don't know. I'm not sure that it changes all that much too. What you're saying is basically they're getting a smaller share of the rev share, but they're in a lot of cases, they're getting a smaller share. They're getting smaller numbers for NIL, I assume too, than Kansas or Louisville or wherever, Yeah. So I'm not, and I know that does come from the donors too, but it may not change all that much,
Interesting. And you might be right. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they're just in the same.
It's just that they're already behind. They're already behind on that. I would assume. I would assume that the school. Maybe the answer to your question is there are going to be more schools that are ahead of them, though. With that, the schools that are similar to them in NIL now might allocate more toward basketball, and I guess that would be the scenario where what you're talking about would come to fruition.
My guess is, for any of the big boy football programs, that the minimum that football's going to get is probably in like the $14 million range. And so my guess is the maximum that most of these basketball programs will get is maybe 3 or 4 million. Right?
Yeah.
And if you believe some of these stories that have been coming out recently about it takes at least $5 million to build a good basketball roster, then those schools would be behind from that standpoint, which is why the thought process is that there's a lot of folks trying to front load some of these third-party NIL deals before the unsettlement kicks in, and those third-party deals are then subject to the Deloitte accounting firm. And the whole $600 thing. So
your last best chance to fill those coffers up.
Correct.
Yeah.
At least that's the thought process. We'll see. I mean, I still think that part of it's going to get challenged, and someone's going to take that part of it to court, or teams are just going to start, going under the table again.
Hey, Jack, what do you think, given your background in law? So, when you pay a player in the future, if this all goes through, more than $600 in NIL, you have to prove their market value to make that okay, to make that kosher. Is that something that is like hard or easy, do you think, for the institution and the collectives to prove to this arbitrator that has to decide, like, how can you tell somebody that they're not worth what you're willing to pay them? I guess is kind of the question that I'm asking.
Well, I mean, you can, because you're not paying them for, well, yeah, that's true. It depends how you assess value, right? If you're getting victories on the field, right, because they're there, do you count that as part of their value? And what benefit accrues to the athletic department if there are victories on the field, right? I mean, this could go, is it just looked at a lens of NIL, essentially meaning, well, if you hired a similarly situated athlete to do the same promotion here, would that be different? I don't know the answer to the question, because I don't know enough of exactly how that works. But the question is, how expansive is that analysis? Is it just about how expansive is that analysis? Because it depends. If it's just about NIL value, I think it's easier to do with that, with comparable things, or if it's just any value that they bring to the table that brings in revenue for the university.
Yeah.
So in the pantheon of feels, what would a crown championship mean?
I have no idea. Like I've been like the closest thing obviously would be when they won the NIT championship, and all that was just like, I don't know, it was just like unexpected fun. You know, there wasn't too much made of it necessarily, right? Like I don't remember that, because Nebraska had already been through some success with the NCAA right before that, at least getting to the NCAA before that. And so getting the NIT in 96 would have been a bigger disappointment than it is now, just because they had a pretty good history from 1991 to 1990, you know, the early 90s. But I just remember it kind of being fun. I don't know what it'll do. Like, I really don't know how. It's been so long since there's been anything like that. That I don't know. I really don't. It's just so weird that, and they still have a few days till they play.
I know. We're gonna know the Final Four. Right,
it's like
we're gonna know the Final Four.
I mean, it's like Nebraska football having a bowl game on February 25th. It's just so bizarre.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like this is kind of next season. I don't know. Yeah. But I'm glad to have games to watch. I'm sure I'll get into it more than I expect.
Are you happy to like you get more opportunities to watch this team that I think was a net positive for your enjoyment, right? Was the season a net positive for you?
What was the whole season, or is the crown?
Yeah. No, the whole season.
Man, it was so painful at the end. It was so brutally painful at the end.
A lot of groin kicks.
Like it really wiped out. I mean, you know, they'll never take away that Creighton outcome. There's nothing that can happen to take away that Nebraska has 2 of 3 against Creighton in bad years for Nebraska, which is just amazing.
But at the end of the day, it didn't really matter.
Well, you know, what matters though, you know, anything. I mean, it definitely mattered to me. But God, the end was just so brutal, Josh. And there was the Creighton moment, but beyond that, you know, where were those moments? You were coming off the high of last year where you had the Purdue, some of those other ones. Yeah, that was fine, but that didn't even compare to the great moments. The highs weren't as high as they were last year either.
Definitely not.
And so that was, I think the other thing.
It's a great point. Outside the Creighton game, there really isn't a game where you're like, whoa, that was a lot of fun. Even the wins were like, oh, we're holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd have a hard time just the way that it ended, the way that it all went down. I definitely am not going to probably look like when I look at it in a few years, what are we going to think of during that season? It's going to be the way that it ended.
Losing streak. Yeah, for sure.
That is true.
Yep. That's why we're talking spring football, baby. It's football again with negative boy Jack Mitchell. Constantly negative. Unreal. Yeah. People are saying.
Yeah. No, it's we got NCAA tournament games on. I'm glad the beginning of this week stunk sports wise. Finally, baseball, NCAA tournament. Although, as I said on Twitter today, which got all the Guardians fans talking trash to me, which was very annoying. And yes, I'm referring to Mike Schaefer. Also Seamus. I didn't respond. Seamus acted like I didn't even see yours. Not that you're probably listening right now, but
nice.
But it is so annoying to me when your team, you're waiting all off season, right, for the first baseball game, and you get it, and then what, you know, my team lost, but win, lose, whatever, and then the next day it's such a tease. Then they don't have a game tonight or today. It's so annoying that they do that, and I think they do it so that if there's a rain out, they can still do all the opening day festivities on a different day. I think somebody had explained it to me.
I mean,
it's so dumb.
I don't understand.
I hate it. It'd be like Nebraska have their first game and then you got a bye week in week 2 in football,
which has happened before, and it does suck. Those early bye
sometimes when you play on week 0 or something that happens.
Yeah, you take off week 1.
That's true.
That's not fun.
Yesterday, the week 0 of Major League Baseball.
Well, Jack, it'd be like losing that Thursday night opener in August, 5 months from today, and then, you know, having to watch college football all weekend. You'll be so sad.
Well, listen, I've experienced that many, many, many times, and so
yep,
we can pick your favorite one: Ireland or Illinois or Minnesota, or it's essentially an experience I'm very, very used to at this point.
Put it on the list. Nebraska will not ruin Jack's opening weekend of college football. The Skurs are going to get it done versus Cincinnati, and they will do so comfortably.
Yeah,
A
I'll agree with
comfortable win.
guys. I got Nebraska in that game.
Nice. There we
I
go.
got Nebraska over Cincinnati. Sorry for the hype.
I want to wait to see the spring games before I make my determination.
Wait till I see the punt, pass, and kick competition.
By the way, that's the first list item since February 25th. Wow.
Yeah, we've been kind of slack on that.
About damn time.
We got to figure out something. We got to add more things to the
There
list.
we go. I just added something.
All right. Put this on the list.
Oh, I got to reopen it already.
DePaul is winning the crown because they'll be motivated.
I can't wait in
No,
December.
don't put that on the list.
Oh, don't put it on the internet that John said DePaul was going to win the crown. Okay.
I couldn't even get it out before I had to stop myself.
Jack, do you want to put anything on the list?
What's the list?
Jeez. I thought you listened to the show.
No, there's no sports going on. There's nothing happening right now.
You listened to the show in December. The list is our predictions that we make throughout the year, and then we revisit them on our last show of the year in December.
Correct.
Oh, really? That's a fun bit.
It's a great bit that we didn't steal from anybody.
Yeah, didn't steal. You can't claim that one.
John, we literally had shows on New Year's Eve where we made predictions about the year that we revisited the next New Year's Eve. We literally did that.
Yeah, but this is a whole year. I mean,
We
the
make
list,
them all year
the
long.
list is all year. Anytime
Okay,
someone
you-
has like famously, somebody on this program once said Jordan Love is going to have a better career with the Packers than Aaron Rodgers did with the Jets.
You guys sound like
right.
you guys sound like Vanilla Ice saying that he wasn't sampling under pressure when you do that. Now mine was dun 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 dun. See, it's different. Dun 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 dun.
Man, I miss controversies like that. We need to make controversies stupid and fun again instead of sending signal
but the
messages
last time
to
it
the
happened,
government.
people got divorced because they couldn't tell. Is it what was it? Was it gold or was it blue or what was the?
Oh, yeah, the dress.
Black and gold, or
exactly.
white and gold, or black and
Yeah,
blue.
it was just.
I still can't believe
Laurel or
Laurel
Yanny.
and Yanny.
Yanny.
Honestly, I still don't believe anyone saw or heard that different than me, and half the people were just being a jerk and trying to stir something up.
You think people are just trolling you?
Yeah, I think maybe everyone in the world agreed to do it and make me crazy, but I don't know.
Laurel. That was good times. Make controversies like that again.
Yeah, but
The dress one was an awesome night on the internet. That was so much fun.
I don't know if it
That's
was
the one I still don't believe anybody saw it different. I still don't believe.
Good times.
All right. Well, enjoy the weekend, and we'll catch up next week.
Bye, Jack.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
There he is. Jack Mitchell. Sad that he can't watch the Royals get back.
Yeah,
from
they're not on
that
today.
horrible base running gaff yesterday.
They're not on today.
By the way, we do have day baseball.
Yeah, it's 0-0.
It's Knicks Rockies versus the Tampa Bay
Whoa,
Yankees.
look at that tiny ballpark. They're in Florida.
I'm kind of hoping that this is in Tampa St. Pete. I'm kind of hoping that
still.
one of the Rays loses the ball in the sun
Oh, that'd be fun.
because they're not used to playing outside.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, they play indoors.
This is the first time since the Astrodome opened
Yeah.
that Major League Baseball does not have a team who plays their games in a fixed roof stadium. All of the dome stadiums now are
Oh, wow.
retractables.
Interesting.
So this is the first time because the what they call it? I almost call it the Suncoast Dome because that's what the original name was.
Yeah, what is that one called? I don't even know.
Tropicana Field
Tropicana Field.
was the last fixed roof dome stadium in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Baseball.
Baseball. 16-20 the zone. 3:28 in the Central Time Zone, 4:28 in College Park, Maryland, and we're still waiting to hear if Kevin Willard is going to be the head coach at Maryland or at Villanova.
Still nothing.
Kind of surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe Kevin Willard wasn't lying last night. So Maryland fell. They're out. They're done.
The Big Ten loses another.
Big Ten power Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Which, of all the changes, that one sounds the weirdest.
Big Ten Maryland?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is strange.
I
don't know why. I don't know why
Well,
Rutgers feels more normal than Maryland, but it
Well,
does.
because people just don't think about Rutgers.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But here was Kevin Willard last night.
Okay.
After the game, when asked about the uncertainty facing his future.
So I have not even. No, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just be honest with you. I haven't talked to my agent. I haven't talked to my wife. I made a promise to this team that I was gonna just focus on this team, and that's all I've done. So I haven't talked to anybody. It's right now my biggest concerns in life right now. You know, I don't know who my boss is going to be. It's the guy that brought me here, who I really liked and appreciative of him bringing me to College Park, is not here anymore. And I don't know who we're going to hire. And that's, as in today's day and age, that worries me a little bit, I'm just being honest. My honesty got me in trouble. Might as well keep getting me in trouble. So this is going to be a family decision. I love College Park. I love Maryland, but when you're at this point in your career and you're looking at things, I have to take everything into consideration about what's moving forward. But I have not even talked to anybody, so I don't know what I'm doing.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Look, I could believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I can believe you have a huge decision on your hands. This is not an easy decision. I mean, it's really the crux of a lot of our discussions this week. Would you rather be at a Big Ten school that cares, and it's not like Maryland cares more about football, but where resources will be more allocated to football than to basketball, or go to a Big East school, a really good one, that has had national championship success, but maybe in the long term you're concerned because it's a basketball school instead of a football school. I understand actually not having made up his mind. I do not believe, I haven't talked to anybody. I haven't talked to my wife. Come on. No. Absolutely, I do not believe that for 1 second, that him and his wife would not have had the conversation about what they're doing, or that he hasn't talked to his agent about what he is doing, or that he hasn't talked to anybody else about what he is doing. Of course he has.
Now, almost exactly 3 years ago, when Kevin Willard was the head coach of the the Seton Hall Pirates.
Yeah.
He was rumored to possibly be headed to Maryland. And he was asked a similar question after Seton Hall was eliminated from the NCAA tournament. You answer for yourself. Is it live or is it Memorex?
Zach Braziller, New York Post. Kevin, there's been a lot of rumors in the last day or so of you potentially going to Maryland. Do you want to kind of comment on whether that's accurate or not?
I'll give you exactly what I can tell you. I have an agent who I haven't talked to yet. I don't know who he's talking to. I have absolutely no idea, but when I get home tomorrow, I'll talk to my agent and discuss things with my agent.
Sounds kind of similar.
It really does.
It was just a much shorter way of answering the same question.
Yeah, but I love the idea that it's like, I don't control, my agent does. My agent will tell me if I'm going to go to a new school. It's not my decision. It's my agent's decision. See, and that's why, hearing that clip is why I don't believe him right now. Of course he's having conversations. Of course he is. Of course he has the decision to be made.
Yeah.
Again, I very much can believe that somebody would not have made the decision. Very much could believe
There's
that.
a part of me that could believe that he couldn't still be the head coach at Maryland. But so much water has passed under the bridge now.
Yeah, especially the last couple of weeks.
And I don't know if you saw this, but when they had their little send-off from the hotel last night before the game.
No, I didn't see this.
He got booed.
Oh, yeah, of course he did.
He's walking through all the Maryland supporters, and the players are high-fiving, and people are... I just think that enough things have been poisoned now And I give Willard this. The uncertainty about who his boss is going to be, because his athletic director went to SMU, just left.
Mm-hmm.
So not knowing who the athletic director is going to be, that can be a big deal, especially if it's not the guy that hired you. And then you got to get used to meeting somebody, and you're basically starting from square one.
Mm-hmm.
Also, everything about NIL. I get the quandary that he's in.
Yeah, for sure.
I get the quandary that he's in. I just don't think he did himself any favors being as bold and out front like that. I think a lot of that stuff, I do agree with Mike Loxley, who was critical and said these things need to stay behind the scenes. Yeah, if you got concerns about NIL and all that other stuff, negotiating through the media or negotiating through sound bites oftentimes doesn't get you exactly what you want. Yeah, you might get some public sentiment on your side, but remember, the fans aren't looking at it the same way you are. The fans are looking at it as, this guy's ready to leave us. This guy's ready to walk out on us.
This guy's complaining about us in the media.
He's airing our dirty laundry out in public.
Yeah, Baymon says everything he says is true, but the fans have every right to be critical of how he has handled this. Both can be true. I couldn't agree more. You know, I get his frustration. Maybe I wouldn't go as hard in the paint as he had, but I get his frustration. I also understand entirely if you are a fan. You know, in a way, we talked to, what was his name? Williams?
Jason Williams.
From
Cincinnati.
Yeah, we talked to him about the Xavier job and Sean Miller. And I would say, like, their kind of indignation and frustration about how he handled that, I would say you could really be like those fans with this situation if you're a Maryland backer.
Absolutely.
Because you could... I know as I watched those seconds tick off last night, and look, they lost to the better team. Florida's been the better team all year long, right?
Sure. Was not an upset.
How much, though, in the back of your mind, you're like, man, if there wasn't so much noise going on with this team right now, I can imagine a Maryland fan talking themselves
into,
they're just distracted right now with all this crap.
Of course. It's because this is the best moment Maryland basketball has had in a while.
Yeah, seriously. Years.
This is the best moment this program's had in a while. And it's being overshadowed by off-court stuff about the uncertainty surrounding your program and your head coach.
Yeah.
I can totally get why fans would be frustrated. And listen, that could happen anyway, even if Willard had been more quiet behind the scenes and just the rumors were out there.
Yeah, but in a way, it's kind of worse.
But it's the way that he handled it so openly that soured a lot of people on this situation. So at this point, he might as well go to Villanova. Because if he comes back to Maryland,
I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think it's going to work out. Because once you lose a fan base, it is damn near impossible to get them back.
Well, hell, we saw it around here, and it's certainly a different situation. But when Dana Altman left for however many hours and then came back to Omaha, you know, when he
it wasn't the same.
It never was the same. You know, and that guy had a lot of success. He had more goodwill built up with the institution, with the fandom, but it never was the same. And so when he moved on, it was like, this is good for both parties.
And that's a situation where, I mean, yeah, it was a very abrupt about face and odd from that standpoint, but it wasn't a situation where Dana intentionally or maliciously poisoned any waters. You know, he wasn't out there in the press down talking Creighton or saying, well, I just can't get enough support here, and so I need to go somewhere else. He wasn't doing any of that. And yet, even in that situation, it just didn't feel the same. Now, take that and multiply it by several factors.
Yeah.
Because he has been out front and outspoken. And he has aired all of this stuff in public.
Yeah.
And the fans turned on him.
Yeah, they definitely did.
They turned on him.
And now the season is done. And the last couple of weeks have been really awkward.
And the season is done. Season is also done for Arkansas after blowing that big lead.
Brutal.
The big controversy is, should they have fouled up 3? When Texas Tech made the 3 with about 12 seconds to go, there was talk about whether they should have fouled up 3. And in my opinion, I've always felt that fouling up 3 was like a case-by-case basis and that there's not this hard and fast rule because it really depends on kind of the flow of the game, how good that team is at shooting the 3, how good are they at offensive rebounding. I'm not against fouling up 3, but with 12 seconds to go, that's a lot of time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time left to go to that strategy.
I've always been.
And so I didn't think it was the right moment
to foul up 3.
To foul up 3.
Yeah.
If I am gonna do it,
you want less time on the clock?
There's got to be
5 seconds, 6 seconds.
Yeah,
seconds.
it's got to be definitely in the single digits. Not 12.
I am someone who aesthetically hate it, but strategically I would do it every time. I think it's the right move to do all the time. I hate it, but it's what I would do in those types of situations, just because I think that it's going to be better for you most of the time in the long run. Of course, there's no guarantee, right? Like maybe they make a free throw and then they miss the other and then they get it back and they hit a 2, or they even hit a 3 and suddenly you're trailing. I get all that, but I am always someone who I like when teams don't because it's better to watch, but I understand that they should or that they do at the very least.
I just don't believe if you're going to do it, not with that much time.
That is a lot of time. That is a lot of time.
Because there's still plenty of time to do other things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, have faith in your defense and just go out and play good defense. You run them. What you do is you run them off the 3-point line.
Yeah.
If you give up a 2, you give up a 2, but definitely run them off the 3-point line if that's what they want.
Try to extend the game, yeah.
But I didn't think it was this hard and fast. Oh, Calipari made a huge mistake by not doing it here. I've rarely seen. I did see it in. It was a recent game. Maybe it was at the Big East tournament. I can't remember. Where someone did it and there was like 15 seconds left. I was like, really? You're doing it here? Definitely.
That's early.
Definitely in single digits,
in
my opinion.
Yeah, that's really early.
And then Alabama. Woo!
How many threes did they end up making?
Was it 24?
24, 25?
Or 25.
25.
Yeah, either way. I mean,
I lost track.
Yeah, you were
51 3-point attempts.
Yeah, you are. I mean, that is Boston Celtics-esque, you know?
Joe Mazzulla would love it.
That is seriously like that is the way in which the game is played, and on a night like that, where you know the first time I saw a tweet about it because I got home a little later than normal, and there was a tweet, I think it was from Ralph Rousseau, and it was like the total of number of threes that Bama had attempted at the time, and it was like 20 something versus 4 2-pointers. And if that's not a representation of basketball today, you know, and how it's evolved, I don't know what is. 20 some odd 3-point attempts and 4 2-pointers in the first half. I thought that BYU was gonna give them a game. I thought they were gonna win, but not when a team is able to shoot like that from 3.
The overhits. No, on that.
Oh, okay.
I said yesterday.
I didn't know if you were.
I didn't make a prediction on who was going to win. I just said take the over.
Like the over.
And they definitely hit the over.
Uh-huh. Very much so.
And then we got 4 more games tonight, including 3 with the Big Ten teams.
Yeah.
I think
I'm excited most for Houston, Purdue. I think that could be really interesting, but it wouldn't surprise me as well, as I talked about earlier, if Houston kind of ran them out. But just the environment, I think, should make for at least a.
Oh, the environment's going to be real interesting because you should have 30,000 people there dressed in gold and black.
Yeah, think of what Kevin said yesterday. He said if they had this set up like, you know, let's say a national championship Final Four setup, that they could fill up the building, you know, for a Sweet 16 game, you know, because they're playing at the football stadium. That's pretty wild.
Coming up next, it's Movie Club Day.
Nice.
Kent Wolgamont's waiting in the green room. We are going to go back to 1987 for a movie that goes back to 1959.
Nice.
Stand By Me. I look forward to this conversation with Kent Wolgamont of Lincoln Journal-Star next on 1620 The Zone. But if you would just take one moment to consider being a good guy today, and goodguysavelives.com is a website you can go to for information on how to become an organ and tissue donor. Now, many of you already are because you've got that green and blue check on the back of your driver's license, or maybe it's your hunting or fishing license. And for that, we say thank you. But for those of you who have not, please consider the life-changing act and life-saving act of being an organ and tissue donor. Because the best part about being an organ and tissue donor is it's not going to cost your family anything. Most traditional funeral practices can still be followed, and anybody can register. Does not matter your health condition or your age. We've got people in their 90s who have successfully donated tissues, such as bone and skin grafts to help those who have been damaged in traumatic injuries or cancer patients, or corneas to restore the gift of sight, or tendons to heal up sports injuries. And of course, with organ donation, you can save up to 8 lives with hearts, lungs, livers, kidneys, pancreas, and more. So be a good guy today and be the selfless one who gives of themselves by being an organ and tissue donor. For more information, visit goodguysavelives.com.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new educations, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's a Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamott in the comfy chair. Is that a new recliner, Kent?
It in fact is. That old thing I sat in for years literally gave up the ghost.
Nice eye, John.
Did it break on you?
And it just fell sideways.
Oh no. Oh man.
So was there like a funniest home videos like moment when it fell apart on you and you're sitting in it?
Thank God it wasn't filmed. Yes.
So Kent has a brand new recliner.
Let's go.
Looks good.
A flying cat, right? He was sitting on me when it's.
Oh, no. Is the cat declawed?
No.
Oh God, that could have been painful.
Oh
It
yeah.
was.
Because when cats start to move, and all of a sudden those claws come out. It's like that. It's done. Well, we had to call an audible this week because Nick's getting married, or he says he's at a wedding.
Either of the two. Maybe we misunderstood.
No
Misunderstood.
So we called an audible, and I picked from Max.
Yes.
Stand By Me. And the first thing, of course, I'd seen this before when I was, growing up. It was, came out in 1987.
Mm-hmm.
But I hadn't seen it in quite a while. And this is the first time I had realized that this was another Stephen King novella. This is based off of another short story by Stephen King, similar to Shawshank Redemption. I had no idea. I kind of sensed that it may have been previously a book, but I had no idea it was another Stephen King story.
Mm-hmm.
And so that just added another layer as I was watching it going, man, I can't believe I didn't know this.
Not only is it another Stephen King story, Stephen King says it's the best adaptation of any of his books or novellas, period.
Which is crazy because you think of all the great movies that have come out of his books.
But he hates some of them. Like he hated The Shining.
Yep.
He hated the movie The Shining.
And one of the main reasons why I think he thinks it's the best is because this is a thinly veiled autobiographical story. The search for the body really didn't happen, the way it show, but the story is basically part of his childhood, coming of age, whatever, teenage years. And he's the writer kid. That's Stephen King.
And the way it was written, the way the original novella was written, it wasn't really written from that first person viewpoint. And so the Will Wheaton character, Gordy, who is, the narrator or kind of the lead character in all of this, because it was centered around him, that's why Stephen King felt like this was the best adaptation, because it was like, it got the essence of why I wrote this story.
So there you go.
Ken, have you read it? Have you read the Body before, the novella?
A long time ago, yes.
Yeah, I read it. I read it sometime early in COVID, and I am a huge mark for Stephen King. I've probably read upwards of 15 of his books or short stories or whatever. And I remember absolutely adoring it the first time I've read it. I've only read it one time. I was listening to a Rewatchables about it yesterday after I finished it.
And one of the conversations that the hosts were having was about this and Shawshank, which wildly enough was also in the same book of short story, which is ridiculous. And that's my favorite movie, and that's the first movie we ever did in the movie club. But the hosts were talking about how his more grounded movies, if you will, the less magical, more realistic, maybe they work better on screen than the ones that feature, clowns or whatever. And I like the remake of it that came out a few years ago. But I wonder what you think about that as an idea of this one, since it's just a very straightforward story, a coming-of-age tale, if you will, that it works better than maybe some of his other stuff.
I agree, and I think you can, you want to extend that to another movie that came out not long after this one, Misery.
Yeah, another one we've done before.
Realism more than, and I think that's right. Stephen King plug for any aspiring writers out there. He wrote one of the very, very, very best books on writing that I've actually had used as a textbook in some seminars that I've gone to, and it's just called On Writing. That's it. So there you go. Free Stephen King ad.
This is one of Rob Reiner's earliest films as well. And I thought it was rather interesting that in order for these the main four characters, the four young boys, Will Wheaton, River Phoenix, Corey Feldman, and Jerry O'Connell, they actually had them like buddy up before shooting, so they could play off of each other, so they could kind of get used to each other's, because a lot of these characters were kind of similar to the actor who played them. Corey Feldman's character.
That was the intent in the casting.
Right. Corey Feldman had come from kind of a troubled background, and if you've seen the movie, we find out that Corey Feldman's father is a World War II veteran who was a little abusive, and, the war definitely had an effect on him. Yet Corey Feldman felt the need to defend him. Right.
Yep.
And Corey Feldman came from a troubled background. And so when he's, emoting, when the junk dealer is making fun of his old man, you kind of felt his emotion come through. And, River Phoenix, same thing. He plays kind of a troubled character.
I'd say he plays the cool kid in the group,
the
right?
cool kid of the group.
That everyone, maybe they don't look to him for the guidance. I think that's, the main character we were talking about a few minutes earlier. But they look to him as kind of all right, he's going to kind of let us know what's going on.
Yeah, he's the ringleader.
Yeah, he definitely is.
But I thought the way that those four interacted,
it's really good.
It is. It's really, really good. And of course that's really the driving force of the entire film. There's a scene between Will Wheaton's character and River Phoenix's character, and because the other three, you got River Phoenix, he's the cool kid, but he's kind of a troublemaker. Feldman's character's kind of, and then Jerry O'Connell's is just, he's the dork, right?
Yep.
But everyone looks up to Will Wheaton's character, Gordy, because he looks like he's going places.
Yes.
He's a writer, he's got a great imagination. And there's a scene there where, Will Wheaton's trying to talk himself out of doing that. And River Phoenix is saying, if you don't follow your dreams, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. And the first thing I thought of was, I wonder if you think back to Good Will Hunting, and when Ben Affleck's character, tells Will Hunting, hey, you got this talent, you got this gift, you got this skill. If you're still hanging around me in 20 years, we're going to have problems. Yeah. And I wonder if they would kind of took that from there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it may not have been a direct lift, but that kind of stuff happens all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. I really like this movie. I mean, in fact, before I got the text on Saturday, whatever it was, I had watched it maybe a week before that, a week and a half.
No way. You just watched this already?
Yeah. And so I put it on to watch it again, right?
Yeah.
I get didn't you just watch that?
Sorry, it's for work.
I just there's something about this movie that I just really like. And I think there's 3 or 4 things. One, the ensemble acting of those kids is terrific.
Yeah.
But it's also, in a sense, like American Graffiti, that it creates this 1950s, early 60s atmosphere and tells a story that is firmly grounded in that time. So it's a little nostalgic, but it's a story that you don't need the nostalgia for it to work, so to speak. And I think that for me, I think that's probably why I've watched it so many times. But this, watching it twice in 2 weeks, it's a really well-made movie. Some of the early critics were like, it's too overly dramatic, right? Too many, like with the scene with the gun and having to run off the trestle to keep from getting run over by the train and that stuff. But I don't agree with that at all.
No,
I think those are like, I don't know, they push the movie along without being violent, right? They're dramatic, but they're not violent.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no real violence in this film.
Yeah, a couple threats of it here and there.
Yeah, there's threats of it. How much of your appeal to this is because, I mean, this is hitting kind of close to when, you were a child.
Yeah, some of it. It's a little before me, but not a lot different. But yeah, undoubtedly there's some of it. That's the nostalgic part.
And the use of the music too.
Yeah.
They picked some really, really good songs.
And the way they weave Stand By Me in multiple times, including then finally at the very end, you get the full version of it.
By the way, of course, the original name of the story is called The Body.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to use that title because it would have implied, this must be a horror movie. And it's really not a horror movie. So they changed the name of the film. And of course, it went along with the song.
Mm-hmm. Couple things for you, Kent. So first of all, going back to the Friends, David texts in. He says he does a group, and when he says I think he means Stephen King. He does a group of friends so well, and he does. I know when we talked about it a handful of years ago, that was the thing that I remembered most from the book is like, oh my gosh, he can just write these kids so perfectly. And the ending of this movie, where the writer, what's his name again, Gordy, is talking about friends are going to come in and out of your life. And, you have these ideas when you're that age of like, I'm always going to be best friends with this guy. I don't know how many of my close friends from that age, I was like, there will never be a time in my life when we're not best friends.
Mm-hmm.
And I never talk to any of those kids anymore. And so I thought that it hit on that really well. I wanted to talk to you though, Ken, about River Phoenix. And we got a tweet from Chris who says, could you ask Kent if River Phoenix never loses his life, does Leonardo DiCaprio become the star he is? Pretty sure roles Leo got early on were written for River. I know Titanic was one of them for sure. I don't think I've seen very many things with River Phoenix. This might have been the first movie that I ever saw with him, but I know that a lot of people from that era were like, he's going to be a star, and then he loses his life. What, of an overdose at 23? Incredibly young to lose somebody that talented.
And he was... If you can go out and find a list of all the movies that he was up for or being considered for or had signed onto before he died, and I think that observation is 100% correct. DiCaprio would have probably still ended up being a notable actor, right? I mean, he's too good not to have, but it certainly wouldn't have happened this way because Phoenix would have got many of those roles. But yeah, it's an utter tragedy, I think. Trying to think. I mean, he didn't make there are some movies that he made where he's good. The movie isn't all that great. Mm-hmm. And, I think that includes that last movie he did, which I think was called Scanners or something like that, which is kind of a thriller type picture. And it was good, but not spectacular,
Yeah.
And I think so that's part of the reason that, you may not have seen him a lot is a lot of his movies were not that popular. This one was certainly the one that got his attention, but some of the others not so.
And this might be a small subject, but why in the closing credits, and I'd never noticed this until I watched it this last week, Richard Dreyfuss is credited as the writer. He's not old Gordy.
Yeah.
He's just the writer. It's almost like it's trying to, suggest that maybe this wasn't a true deal.
Story.
I didn't know. I just
interesting.
I'd never noticed.
I didn't notice
before.
that either.
Yeah, he's credited as the writer.
Either.
Yeah.
I had not. So
but, I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, he is.
Unless this is just kind of like the story of the what do they call the lard ass? How that's just a story that Gordy invents. Maybe this is a story that he invents. Interesting.
Possibly.
A River Phoenix movie you might want to check out's My Own Private Idaho. Was done by Gus Van Sant. It's really good.
Okay.
Yeah. And he is a very troubled character in that one. So maybe a little, what do you want to call it? Foreshadowing. Yeah. The one other thing I wanted to mention about this movie is this is the movie that made Rob Reiner a rich man and allowed him to become a producer.
Okay.
Castle Rock Entertainment. What town were they in?
Castle Rock,
yeah. Which is a fictional town, by the way. It's
in a lot of King novels.
Yep. Castle Rock Entertainment is the company that Rob Reiner formed after this movie became a massive hit, and it's his production company. So anytime you see Castle Rock Entertainment in front of a movie, that's Rob Reiner's company.
Or at the end of Seinfeld, every episode. Oh my gosh, how much money did Seinfeld make that man?
Yes.
Good Lord.
There you go. You jumped the gun on my
yeah. That is pretty incredible, though.
Joey, what did you think of this movie? This is the first time you watched it, right?
This is the first time I actually got to watch it in full. I've seen it on TV in short glimpses. So this is the first time I actually got to sit down at work watching the film. I thought it was a great callback to my childhood, just going on adventures with friends, and just a reminder that you'll make friends when you grow up, and then pretty much after high school or college, you'll probably go on your separate ways.
Yeah.
You probably will still be friends with some, then some other people you just not go in contact again, like Vern and who was the other guy?
Oh, Corey Feldman's character. I can't remember his name.
Teddy. Yeah, there's certain people that'll stick out, and then there's some that'll just be there and be gone, just like that.
Yep.
So, as an old guy, I can tell you this. We have a school reunion for the whole school because it was such a small school every so many years. And I went back this summer and I saw like my little group of friends. There were a couple of them that I hadn't seen probably in 25 years. And within 25 minutes, it was like we were 12 again.
That's awesome.
It's funny how that works, especially as you get older and you see people that, because it's like a moment. It's a moment in time where if it's somebody that only was in your life in that window, you see that person and you immediately return to that time because it's almost like time stopped, right? So when you're between the ages of 12 and 16 or whatever it is, when you were hanging around this group and then you didn't see him anymore, it's like you get instantly thrown back into that. And I've had that experience before, like reunions and things of that nature. I'm blessed enough that one of my best friends, I've known him since kindergarten. And so we've always,
that's incredible.
We've always hung around. And so, but there's other people that were in our periphery that, we lost track of, lost sight of.
Yeah.
But yet you get back with them and instantly
all those memories,
the memories come back, the stories come back, and
you're almost in the same character that you were then.
Yes.
And at the beginning of the
guy
movie,
falls back into his role.
Yes.
Yeah.
in the back at the beginning of the movie, older Gordy, sees the newspaper article of Chambers' death, so that kind of brought back to his time when he was 12 on that adventure with his 3 other guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the very end, trying to remember.
Good movie.
Yep, very good movie.
It was. It is really good. These types of films, and it was a good era for that, because the Goonies was out around this time, and that's, kids coming together and
Adventures.
and having adventures. And this one certainly was more grounded in reality than the Goonies was. It was more fanciful, but still, it's just that it was a good era for those types of films. And this one certainly is the gold standard of that, because it hits all the right notes. It hits all the right notes.
By the way, Kent, real quick, Albino Tornado says, El Kent best not be hating on Sneakers. River Phoenix really had a minor supporting role in that. It's much more a Robert Redford / Ben Kingsley joint, but check the cast of Sneakers. It's friggin' stacked. Never seen
I'll
Sneakers
give you
before.
that. I was just more on his part in the Sneakers.
And then somebody else also pointed out, which I don't know how this one didn't come up earlier, but he is, Shane. He is young Indiana Jones in Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. All right. Well, that is Stand By Me.
Yeah.
If you want to see it, it is on Max.
Yes, it is.
And so I assume next week we're going back to what Nick's.
Same movie that we were going to do this week. And so that is The Killing of a Sacred Deer, which is available also on Max.
Okay.
So we will do that again next week
So
instead.
we'll circle back to it.
Yes,
And
we will.
Nick will do so, and as a married man.
As a married man, congratulations, Nick.
Perhaps.
Gosh, that's so exciting.
2 quick things here.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to bring this up last week when it opened in Lincoln, but the movie I don't think was playing in Omaha yet, but I have heard from my friends over at Film Streams that EFUS opens there today. John probably got the EFUS reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What it is this little ultimately charming indie picture about 2 town team baseball teams playing the final game on a field that's going to get destroyed to put up a public school. And it's all these, big fat guys out drinking while the game's going on. And
this sounds great.
It is great. Bill Spaceman Lee, who was the major league master of the EFUS pitch, turns up in the movie.
Of course.
And it's just a nice little baseball movie that is one of the rarest sports movies ever, because it's not about who wins or loses. It's not about heroes and this. It's just about these teams and the baseball and what it means to them and the community. And it's funny and yeah, it's just a little charmer.
All right.
That's one, and it's at the Film Streams here and or in Omaha, and
right next door
here in Lincoln, and you foul with up 3 100% of the time.
Even with 12 seconds to go.
Yes, I'm an NBA guy. Remember, NBA guy up 3 with 20 seconds left. You foul. Period.
End of story. Hey, Kent, not a 3-point related question. Have you watched, I know you're not a big, at least I don't think you're a huge TV guy. Have you watched The Studio yet on Apple with the Seth Rogen show where he's the movie? Man, I highly recommend it. It is hysterical. It's like a love letter to movies while also like hating what the industry has become. So I'll
watch that.
Yeah.
I don't watch many of those series because I have to see so much other stuff,
The second episode is titled The Oneer, and the episode is a oneer while also being about a movie where they are doing a oneer. And so it is my wife and I could not stop laughing. So I highly recommend you. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it if you have a chance.
On Apple, you say?
On Apple, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What's his name? Director of Goodfellas. Marty Scorsese. Martin Scorsese is in the first episode, And I don't want to spoil like the movie that he wants to make, but it is hysterical as they're trying to get him to make a movie for their new studio. Bryan Cranston is in it.
Okay.
It's very, very good. Very,
I'll
very
watch it for sure.
Yeah. All right, cool.
All right. Well, that is Kent's Movie Club. Kent, we'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, well, it'll mostly be watching basketball, so I guess it'll be a good weekend.
Yes,
Understandable.
It will. A lot of good basketball coming up. Kent's Movie Club with Kent Waldemont of the Lincoln Journal Star. One Beer Friday, we're closing in on it, and we got more to come, including Prime getting paid.
Oh.
On 1620 The Zone. But friends, speaking of getting paid, NIL is the way that teams are able to get and recruit and retain the best college athletes. And with On the Line, you can do so by rewarding your team when your team rewards you. And here's how it works. You visit athleticsontheline.com, pick your favorite school. On the Line partners not only with some local high schools, but also with the top 3 Division I programs in the state, Nebraska, Creighton, and Omaha. You pick your favorite school, then you pick the sport, you pick a measurable metric from that sport, attach a dollar figure to it, you set the budget, and for every time that metric hits, then that's your donation towards your favorite team's NIL. And it's an official partnership with a locally based Omaha company working with all of those local Division I schools, Nebraska, Creighton, and Omaha. So gamify your giving today and reward your team when your team rewards you. Visit athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Hey, don't forget, go vote in the Omaha Food Fight brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. We're down to the final 8.
Edible 8.
The edible 8.
Thank you, Joey.
So vote this weekend because then it will be the final 4 or the
Foodie 4. And then it's just the championship.
Yeah.
No bits, no jokes.
No bits, no jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Just enjoy and vote today for your favorite Omaha area restaurant on 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
Dion Sanders has become a richer man.
I was going to say, wait a second. Is this news from 1993?
Today, Colorado approved a 5-year, $54 million contract. Kids, if you do the math, that averages out to more than $10 million a year. He'll make $10 million this year. He'll make $10 million next year. He'll make $11 million the following 2 years. And then in the final year of the deal in 2029, $12 million. According to Stuart Mandel of The Athletic, he is now one of 8 college football coaches who are in the $10 million club. Consider that Dion Sanders is now in the same club as Kirby Smart.
Yep.
As national champion Ryan Day.
Now,
as national champion Dabo Sweeney. Failed to mention that Kirby Smart also.
I was going to say, yeah, erasure.
As Steve Sarkisian.
Not a natty. No natties.
As Lincoln Riley.
No, definitely no natties there.
As Kalen DeBoer and as Bill Belichick.
No
Dion
natties.
Sanders is in that group making $10 million a year.
And he's worth every penny.
He's worth every penny, you say. Because I can imagine right now, Josh Peterson, there are people, if they're driving home right now,
those people are idiots.
On this One Beer Friday, and they're saying, but Josh, this dude hasn't won a conference. This dude hasn't even sniffed a playoff.
I mean, they kind of sniffed it last year.
But they didn't.
They could sniff it. It's like when you're in the basement and you can smell the bacon being cooked upstairs. You could smell it. We could sniff it.
I mean, I just told you the group of people you're talking about. 3 national championship coaches, Sark, Riley, DeBoer, and Bill Belichick. And you're saying Dion Sanders is worth every penny? Why would you say such a ridiculous thing?
Well,
says the audience, Josh Peterson.
Well, I would say because it's not ridiculous. And the amount of interest and revenue that he has driven to that university, I have to imagine that their enrollment is way up compared to before he got there. Season ticket sales are up. He is bringing in more money. You know, we always talked about with Nick Saban. Nick Saban was underpaid because of, what he was able to do to the university. And I don't know if Dion Sanders is now underpaid, but I certainly think he is properly paid because this stuff is not always about winning championships. Sports are the front door of a university. And I think that this might be the best representation of that we've ever seen for a non-champion, for a non-championship winning head coach. I think that this is the best representation of that so far.
I know you're like double and triple dipping on us with all of your other side projects, but have you also turned into Colorado's press release writer? Because from the press release
Wait,
today,
did they say, I swear to God, I've not read this.
Coach Prime's impact on the university and Boulder community has been remarkable. Due in part to Coach Prime's engagement and the visibility he's created, applications to attend CU Boulder increased 20% from a year ago.
Wow.
Including an 18% increase in applications from out of state.
Which are worth more money.
Applications from prospective students who identify as Black or African American increased 50.5%. And applications from prospective students who identify as non-white increased 29.3%.
Wow.
Meanwhile, CU sold out all but 2 home games during 2024, marking the first time the Buffs has sold out 4 or more home games in back-to-back seasons since 1995-96. This past season, home football games brought in a combined $93.9 million in direct economic impact to the city of Boulder and $146.5 million in total regional economic impact.
Honestly, the biggest surprise in there was that they did not sell out every game last season. That kind of surprises me, especially given how well they played as the season unfolded.
But
I'm not moonlighting, I promise.
No, but your point, because that was the first thing I thought of as well. This this contract is more than about winning championships.
Yes.
This contract is about the notoriety he has brought to this school. Now, and certainly the argument can be made, and I'm sure many people will make it. Oh, but what happens to these guys after he's gone? Well, this is the old adage of striking while the iron's hot.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, especially now, as we're drifting into, well, we're not drifting. We're moving at
like
light
the Titanic
speed.
Was drifting into that
We're
iceberg.
We are flying at light speed into a new era of college athletics, in which the bottom line has never been more important. When you have someone like this who can drive this kind of revenue, drive this kind of attention, drive this kind of support, and give a school a notoriety, not by winning, but by sheer personality. As much as that might bother some folks. I mean, would you rather have a program that's popular or a program that's winning? I would dare say most of you would say you'd rather have a program that's winning. But case in point, and I don't mean to make it sound like I'm comparing the Colorado Buffaloes to the Dallas Cowboys, because I'm not.
Oh,
but
both the same amount of championships in the last 30 years.
But in the same realm, the reason the Cowboys are still one of the most successful franchises in all of sports, not because they've been winning,
correct,
but because they are popular. Now, they've got 50-ish years of that built up. But right now, Colorado is an it thing. Maybe a better example is the University of Miami. Think about what the University of Miami football program would be today if the 1980s were just erased from our memories.
Certainly, they would not be this thing that we built up in our minds.
What
right?
would Georgetown basketball be thought of today?
Oh, that's
if the decade of the 80s was just erased from our minds.
That's an even better example.
It shows that you can build a lengthy, long-time perspective or about your program or perception about your program.
There you go.
By just being the hot thing, even for a short period of time. So whether or not Dion Sanders is coaching as long as John Thompson was at Georgetown, that doesn't matter. Right now, this is all about striking while the iron's hot.
And I would also
and Coach Prime and Colorado are still a hot property, even if they're not a winning property.
Well, and that's the thing too, right? Like, imagine if we had this discussion a year ago, we'd be laughing at them. And a year later, they are coming off of a bowl season, and there were ups and downs along the way. They got stomped by Nebraska. They go into Arrowhead in a late season game against Kansas, again, with the chance to go to the Big 12 championship game if they win that game and win out. And they lose that, and then they get stomped in the bowl game. But he's made it to year 3, which I think is a surprise for people. It's a surprise for me, again, where I was a year ago. I thought that it was going to be his last year, and it's not. He has... I mean, those numbers are ridiculous. When you talk about some of those enrollment numbers and what it has meant for the types of applicants as well, like where does the money come from for colleges? It is out-of-state applications because it costs more for room and board. It's going to cost more for credit hours. Like, yeah, keeping people in-state is also important. But when you can get out-of-state people that probably would not have cared about going to your university that are coming in, that's, again, when it goes beyond football. And again, they were better last year. They were a better team. They had a Heisman Trophy winner on their roster. And now, I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? His son's going to be gone. Travis Hunter is going to be gone. But they did some portal stuff. They brought in some high school players. Like, I will be like many other people. I can't wait to see what happens with them. They're so interesting.
This is an investment into popularity. This is an investment into celebrity.
Yeah. And it's worked so far.
And sure, I mean, Coach Prime would sit here and say, No, we're winners. We're winners. And that's fine, whatever. I mean, he's not just doing this because he wants to be noted. He wants to be a celebrity. He's already a celebrity. He didn't have to take the Colorado job to still be prime time. He didn't have to take a Colorado job to be a celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
He took a Colorado job because he wanted to win. He wanted to show that, hey, I'm a good coach. And so, yeah, certainly the challenge will be there. He's not going to have his son. He's not going to have Travis Hunter. We'll see how it goes. But in terms of the investment by Colorado, their argument probably is, he's already making us this money, so we have no choice but to pay him this because he keeps bringing it in.
Yeah. As long as he's there, it's going to be worth it.
If it fizzles out, it fizzles out. But if they continue to strike while the iron's hot, who's to say that Colorado won't be a program down the line like a Miami who still has this notoriety? Now, they have to win to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Right? You're not just going to have, Georgetown, they won.
They won.
Miami won. They have to win to have some of that long-term after effects of that hot period. But they're banking on the fact that, well, he's brought us this far.
Why can't he go a little further?
Why can't he go a little further?
Yeah, and a reminder, last year they went 9-4, so they were 9-3 in the regular season. They were in a 4-way tie at the top of the Big 12. Now, they lost out on the tiebreaker, but they were in a 4-way tie for first in the Big 12. Because there was a question just now from Andy, so when does the winning start? I would say it has. And in that league that is wild from year to year, who's to say that they can't become the top of the Big 12?
I don't mean to bring this up to denigrate Matt Rule, but when you look at the trajectory of those two programs after Nebraska beat Colorado,
oh my gosh,
how many of us, and be honest, after watching that game said, man, Colorado is toast.
They struggled with an FCS team in week 1. They
They
get
are
stomped by
toast.
Nebraska. Yeah, for sure.
And yet they got better as the season went on.
Yes, they did.
And Nebraska kind of rode the wave and then, hit a little rough patch and then, got the win at the right time to get to a bowl game.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can't be an objective observer of college football and not say that, yeah, Colorado was the better team. It was weird because the two seasons completely flip-flop. In year 1, Nebraska was the better program by the time 2023 ended than Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, it was the reverse.
Yeah, if they would have played in late November, early December in 2023, I think Nebraska wins the rematch. Vice versa, last year, I think Colorado wins the rematch.
Absolutely.
At the end of the year.
Absolutely. So I'm not saying this is a great investment because I think that Colorado is going to become a force or they're going to become what Miami became in the 1980s.
Yeah.
But I totally understand why this contract was necessary because this is about striking while the iron's hot. You have become a hot property without winning.
It's hard to do.
The winning will have to come eventually.
Without winning at the highest levels.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Winning at the highest levels. That kind of winning would have to come eventually for this to have staying power. But right now, in the moment, it's a good investment.
Yeah, Andy says, but their conference isn't grueling or talented. But they can only play the schedule they have to play.
So?
Yeah, if you win in your conference, that's all that matters. That's the first step. You can't say, well, they wouldn't win the SEC. But they're not in the SEC.
No.
So that doesn't matter.
All they have to do is be good enough in the Big 12 and they're in the playoffs.
Arizona State won that league, and then they took Texas to the very end of the game and very much could have won. We're not saying, but their schedule was easy. No, they were in the semis or the quarters, and they had a chance to go to the semis if they don't give up a fourth and whatever.
In some avenues, it's probably better to be Colorado because theoretically the path is easier.
Yeah. Though I would say it's harder.
Which I disagree with.
Yeah, it's a wild conference. It's which makes it difficult in my opinion. John, before we go to break, we need a sports flash.
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
John Walker of the Omaha World Herald, Creighton center Frederick King has announced on Instagram that he is entering the transfer portal. Talked about this earlier in the week, and now it is official.
Yeah, he put out a short statement thanking the university, the coaches, teammates, and fans, and entering the transfer portal. And certainly the possibility that he could rejoin Mason Miller at Murray State. Certainly that's possible. We'll see. Mason, of course, announced today that he is going to Murray State. So there you go. Little transfer portal news to wrap up the week.
Indeed.
We'll be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Remember back a few months ago, it was about the same time that O'Connor Stallions was trying to explain his cheating actions.
Normal actions, John, hanging out on other sidelines.
Where we heard of the computers that had to be confiscated and federal warrants were issued at Michigan.
Well, remember, it was the federal warrants that led to them finding the Connor Stallions stuff.
Correct.
But we were like, that's... You don't want federal people coming in and taking your computers away.
Correct.
Something bad's going on
right.
This.
Well, we found out what the bad is.
And it is indeed bad.
Former Michigan assistant Matt Weiss pleading not guilty to 24 counts of unauthorized access to computers and aggravated identity theft. It stems from a vast, extensive, nearly decade-long effort to gain access to social media, email, and iCloud accounts belonging to thousands of mostly female college athletes in order to download personal, intimate photographs that were not publicly shared. And this wasn't just something where Weiss was alleged to have done this with Michigan co-eds. No, this was across other schools, including the small college in Santa Barbara, California, Westmont College, a 1,200 student university, where at least 5 women who competed for the Westmont University or Westmont College had their identity stolen in the guise of personal, intimate photographs. Prosecutors say that the number is approximately 3,300 athletes.
Good God.
But have offered no specifics on individuals and schools outside of what is in the 14-page indictment. According to the attorney with the Goldberg law firm in New York, this is really prolific. It is not a ton of victims for someone overseas running a hacking ring, but in terms of a single individual not trying to financially profit, this is the most prolific example I've seen.
Wow.
So usually in cases like this, people are stealing this stuff, and then they're selling these explicit photos, potentially explicit photos, or identity, or whatever the case may be. It's usually people overseas hacking.
Yeah.
This is a guy here domestically.
Who's also a coach.
A football coach at a major university, who is doing this basically, it sounds like, for his own pleasure.
Yeah, there was Dan Wetzel wrote about this. Dan is now with ESPN.com. I'll read this paragraph. The unusual nature of Weiss's alleged use of the photos is also of interest. Cases of sextortion and revenge porn have risen through the years, but most laws, Goldberg noted, are based on a perpetrator using the material to seek money or cause distress and embarrassment to the victim. The perpetrators are often international scammers, as John just mentioned, or ex-romantic partners. Other laws of this nature, quote unquote, require a publishing element, Goldberg noted. But he wasn't doing that. And here's a quote from Goldberg. His vice apparently was his victims not consenting to be sexual entertainment. And he had all of this on Michigan computers, on Michigan servers.
In his office.
Yeah.
And this is what he was doing while he was a football coach.
Mm-hmm.
And you're wondering, how in the world did he get access to this? Well, he was gaining access due to data via the Keffer Development Services, which is a third-party contractor that keeps the medical information for some 150,000 athletes at approximately 100 schools. From there, the prosecutors charge that Weiss decrypted the code and then used open sources to gain the personal information, allowing him to guess or reset individual passwords. His victims, according to the feds, were not random. He kept notes on their school affiliation, athletic history, and physical characteristics.
Thanks.
And later, if he found photos or videos, on their, quote, bodies and their sexual preferences.
Yikes.
I mean, this is next level creeper.
Yeah, it is. And I don't mean this is not making light of it, so please do not take it that way. I don't know how he had the time to do this stuff. To have that type of, information where he's breaking it down by X, Y, and Z. I don't know how he had time to do that and anything else, let alone a full-time job, let alone that full-time job being an assistant coach in the NFL and at Michigan. Gross.
All of this happening at the same time that the cheating scandal was taking place.
And
of
again,
course,
that's how they found out.
That's how
about
they
it.
found out about the cheating scandal, because they had to confiscate these computers.
Yeah.
Or this. I don't know if it was multiple computers or a computer, but whatever Weiss had access to and whatever he had downloaded this information to, that's how they found it.
Yeah.
Just disgusting and incredible at the same time. Because this wasn't a money-making thing. This was to fulfill a fetish.
Yeah. Wild, man. Absolutely wild.
It is a bad, bad look for Michigan.
It is. And
this happened under their noses. And
well, don't forget too, John. So you mentioned this. You mentioned Connor Stallions. But what's the other thing that's happened with them in recent years? The Bo Schembechler stuff popping up, and what was going on with the team doctors back then. Not great.
No, it's not. So the case continues, but Weiss, not surprisingly, faces many, many, many years in prison if convicted.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to watch this and see where it goes.
Indeed.
We will change gears because it is happy hour time.
Yes, it is.
It is happy hour time. It's time for a One Beer Friday. Whatever it is you're drinking, take a pic. Send it to us. JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. It is next on 1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer, I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Yep, it is that time of week. We've made it to the weekend. And what a Friday we have. It's warm,
windy, feel good Friday.
but it's warm, Josh. It's sunny.
I love it.
It's not gloomy.
No.
It's a perfect night for drinking a beer. It's One Beer Friday. We've done a very poor job of replenishing that refrigerator.
We have. And I take some of the blame because I'm not drinking
You're
right
taking
now.
I'm going to give you all the blame.
Okay, well, I'm not drinking right
just
now.
like you've cursed us because after this beautiful day today, our weather's going to take a nosedive and we'll probably see some snowflakes, which
We will
Josh
not.
will be responsible for.
Wait, are
on
you
Sunday.
describing yourself? Are you the snowflake here? Because you do that every single day. I agree, John.
Nope.
It's going to be 63 tomorrow. That's a normal temperature. It's going to be 42 on Sunday, normal temperature.
No, that's not It's half of what we have today.
Well, it's Nebraska, John. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes.
Welcome
Then Monday,
to the Midwest. Wait for
Thank
Josh to
you,
open
Joey.
his big fat mouth and make it change.
Monday, 52, Tuesday, 60. Like, it's called a roller coaster. It's a roller
I
coaster.
don't like this kind of roller coaster.
Well, we'll be fine, John. We'll be fine.
Well, either way, send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it into our social media channel. That is the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Please do.
It was already a good start today. The Creighton softball team was trailing 6-0 in the seventh inning.
You just said that it's been a good Friday because Creighton trailed 6-0? God, Jay Hater.
Then they scored 6 runs to force extra innings and just walked off UConn.
Wow. Welcome to the Big East.
UConn.
Uh-huh. Nice. Nice win. Good win.
Good win. They're playing a second game here in a little bit.
Wow, how
so
about
that is awesome.
Well, you know, we had
some good news.
We had some news for the Prime haters that probably left them in shambles. Some news now coming down, John, that will leave the Prime haters happy. As Javon Edwards, who covers Syracuse, reports, bad news for those anticipating a Colorado-Syracuse spring scrimmage. The FBS Oversight Committee will not recommend an NCAA waiver for the programs. He added, we will try to get comments from Syracuse officials after today's practice. Sad.
Now, I want to hear a reason why.
I do too.
And again, not because I give a damn, not because I care.
Because you were going to watch the whole thing.
Because I sure as hell ain't going to watch this crap.
You were going to watch the whole damn thing.
But why? Why is this a bad thing?
Dumb.
What is it about having teams scrimmage against each other in the spring that is so objectionable, especially in this day and age of college athletics where everything is legal?
Yeah, seriously. You can do everything, but not this.
What is it about this that's like, no, this is where we draw the line?
Dumb.
I don't understand it.
Dumb. Very dumb.
I get it. Well, it's always been this way. We've never been allowed to do it before.
Yeah,
but that has been used to justify some of the dumbest things in history.
Oh,
so if your only reasoning is, well, it's always been this way, That's not good enough. We need an actual reason. I would like to know.
Jordan says, so Rule knew something. Yeah, he was very confident in this on Tuesday that it was not going to happen. I guess we've got to give a shout out and a high five to Matt Rule.
Well, I don't know if he knew something.
Shout out and high five, Matt.
I think he was kind of going off the same logic as everyone else is. Well, they've never allowed it before, so why are they not allowing it today?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Bummer. Bummer.
Again, I'm not bummed, but I would like to know a reason why. I really would.
Yeah, me too.
Well, speaking of Matt Rule, we did a poll question today. Because yesterday during the crossover, I made an observation, and I got agreement in the room.
Yeah.
That it feels like some folks have started to sour on Matt Rule. And the reason why it's just a vibe I've been getting. Just
comments,
seeing some
right?
of the interactions, seeing some of the comments.
Yeah.
Certainly in the wake of, him maybe saying some things that some people disagreed with. Well, being more open, being more, just kind of blunt, being blunt in some of his assessments of certain things. Certainly the cancellation of the Tennessee series, if not the cancellation of the spring game.
Mm-hmm. Did the 240-pound stuff with Dylan, did that play a part in maybe really. Some of the frustrations from people?
No, I don't know. Again, it was just a feeling I had. And so I said, are more people souring on Matt Rule?
Yeah.
Because to me, it felt I was confused by it. This is a program that has shown progress. Maybe it wasn't a huge leap forward last year, but it was a move forward last year. Getting to a bowl game.
Sure.
And finishing with a 7-6 record. That is a move forward. Especially after a second year. And so I was kind of confused by the vibe that I was getting. So we did a poll question today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Has your attitude towards Matt Rule changed this offseason? And apparently, whatever this vibe is that I'm getting...
Were you wrong?
Yeah. 79% say no, their attitude is not soured. In fact, they still approve. 79%. So right off the top, it's just like, nope, nothing's changed.
Yeah.
But, we divided it up into 3 other categories. 7.5% say yes, they have soured. 8.7% say they've been sour on Matt Rule. So you're talking about 16.5% in the negative. And then there's 4% of you who said your attitude's improved about Matt Rule.
That's interesting. I'd like to know why, but
I don't know. Maybe, they probably like some of the things. I mean, certainly
he is available.
Certainly what he has done. There are people that think that his logic behind canceling the Tennessee series is very sound logic.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. There were a lot of people that got in line behind that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And as we pointed out when the spring game was first announced that it wasn't going to happen, we didn't get much response back.
That was one, that we didn't seem to find anyone really frustrated by it. That seems like a more national thing that people are, writers that I've seen here and there are more angered and whatever than anyone.
So this, amongst anything else, is either just a misread of the audience or a very, very loud
minority,
but a very small minority.
Crecky writes, the only reason I could see people souring on Rule is that I think they haven't played up to their potential. Definitely left wins on the table last year with a very manageable schedule. He's 1 game below 500 right now through his first 2 seasons at Nebraska. Strigori says, I'd guess people improving is due to hiring Holgerson. And you got a couple of hires in the offseason. If you want to count the Holgerson hiring as part of the offseason, you got Holgerson hired, and then you bring Eckler in to coach special teams. You move on from Foley, and, there certainly should, in my opinion, there should be a lot of excitement around that. But I guess I have not sensed, not to pick apart Crecky's argument, I haven't sensed too much of the discussion being about the way that the last season went. It's more how this off season has gone. And look, you're right. Maybe it is the vocal minority. Maybe it is a very, very, very loud minority. And by the way, the news is official. The FBS Oversight Committee has indeed denied the practice request for Colorado and Syracuse. Maybe that's what it is. But I sense that some of the frustration right now has been about what he has said, that he is saying a lot, that he's out there a lot. And I mean, in a way that doesn't surprise me. When he first got hired and we listened to him, I remember thinking, this is great, but if it gets off to a middling start or if it doesn't go well, one day you love the guy for how much he talks and the next day you hate it. We saw the same thing happen with Tim Miles, right? Tim Miles was, oh my gosh, look at this. This guy's so open and available and he makes jokes and he tweets all these things. And by the end, it was like, oh my gosh, he stopped tweeting. Remember that bit?
Yeah.
It went away during games because I think that there was a lot of frustration from people. But maybe, like you said, maybe we just missed this so bad. Or it's just some people are really, really, really loud.
All's well. No issues at all.
Mm-hmm.
None at all.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Now watch what happens. They lose one game and then people lose their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, in all seriousness, I'm encouraged by this because, again, philosophically, I disagree with canceling the Tennessee series.
Sure.
But my reasons for that have less to do with the direction of Nebraska football than it does being a college football observer and the direction of college football scheduling. That's where my disappointment comes from. It has nothing to do with we're doing this because it's the best interest of Nebraska. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I only care what's in the best interest of the sport at large and as a consumer of the sport. So again, I understand why a lot of people do support that. But I didn't think that necessarily rose because I don't absorb or take in Nebraska football like the vast majority of our audience does. Our audience takes it in as hardcore fans, right? And so I wasn't going to use that decision as a mark against him as a leader of Nebraska football. And I'm glad that folks are, as fans, looking at this as, hey, we're making progress. It's slow progress, but we're making progress. Because I do think...
they did improve last year.
I do think there still needs to be a level of patience. And I'm speaking generally here, not just towards Nebraska or the Nebraska program or how things are done here locally. I'm just talking in general. I think way too often we make snap judgments and determine that someone is good or bad based on a couple of seasons. I think there's enough to see here to say that Matt Rule can make this thing work in a very acceptable way, even if the first two seasons haven't shown a dramatic increase in improvement. I think that is healthy, not just for Nebraska. I think that's healthy for sports in general. Because I think too often we're just like, he didn't turn it around in 2 years. He sucks. Gotta go.
Yeah.
I think too many people have been, too much bait has been cut because of those types of snap decisions, and it leads to worse things for the product.
Strigoi says, had he tried to run it back with the same coaches at some spots, there would be more negativity than there is. But Rule needs to win more than 6. I think I agree with that whole statement. I don't think that they can have another year where they were the same way as they were in 2024. I also think, and I don't want to keep repeating myself because I know I've said this a lot, but man, him not trying to run it back again with the same cast of characters is just so, it means a lot in my view of the program from a positive perspective. Because too often around here, I feel like we have watched these coaches come in and they've gotten off to starts that have left something to be desired, and they've struggled, and you say, and look, I don't know more than he does, but I mean, the Satterfield as OC hire from the start was problematic, in my opinion, on what it would mean for Nebraska's offense. And smarter people than me agreed and said as much as well. And it seemed like they were just bumping their heads into the ceiling over and over and over. And then he admits it, and then they have to the point where they bring in an OC who wasn't on the staff in November. Like if there's ever a representation or example of we made a mistake, I don't know if I can find one in my time in watching sports, let alone covering it. And so that has meant a lot for me in how I view things. Alex in Lincoln asks on the text machine, does it seem more off the field stuff people are frustrated with more than the football stuff? Do you think people are more frustrated with the off field or the on field?
I don't think people are frustrated. The poll says
I guess, yeah, maybe
they're not.
Yeah.
In general, they're not frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you're right.
They're not frustrated.
Steve says the fact of the matter is I've been on the fence about rules since he's been hired. Nothing has changed by anything he said or done recently, one way or the other. We'll see what happens this season.
Yeah. But you can't.
And by the way, Matt asked what off the field. Off the field, when people say that, it is, I think, the amount that he has talked and some of the decisions that he has made. Right? There's not a controversy. He's not getting in trouble. There's not rumors about him, right? It is decisions that he has made.
Sure.
And his proclivity to speak. I think is what that's what I mean, I guess, when I talk off the field and frustrations from fans.
Moving to a different category, totally different,
mm-hmm.
but this is of interest to you because you watch The White Lotus.
Yes.
Apparently, there is a character. Well, you tell me. There is a character in this show, a problematic character in this show.
Well, I mean, problematic. No, I mean, spoiler alert for season 3 of White Lotus through 6 episodes.
Well, you
so
don't
far.
have. I mean,
he is in a lot of trouble with the law. They're on vacation in Thailand, so he's not in America, right? And so the time zones are all wonky, and he is in trouble with the law. We don't know how much trouble, but it seems like he did something that resulted in him getting $10 million, and he did so via illegal means. He's going through it in this season.
Okay.
He has started taking drugs. I'm trying to remember the drug, lorazepam, which is, I believe, a sleep medication, or an anxiety medication that maybe helps you sleep, I think. So he has started taking that drug, and he's going through it right now to the point where, and again, spoiler alert, he has imagined himself committing suicide. And in doing so, he's wearing a Duke shirt in this. And so there's this meme going around of him wearing this Duke t-shirt with a gun to his head.
Mm.
And so that is where the story then continues into Duke not liking it very much.
Duke's not a fan of this?
No,
Duke doesn't like the extra attention they're getting?
No, they do not. This is not
Colorado's
the attention.
Getting all this attention because of the celebrity of Coach Prime. Here you have this popular HBO series.
It's very popular.
Watched by many.
Yeah.
Where a guy who's wearing a Duke shirt, so he's obviously a Duke fan, and Duke doesn't like this?
No, let's see. This is Frank Tramble, I believe, who is the vice president for communications, marketing, and public affairs at Duke. He told the Trimes, Duke appreciates artistic expression and creative storytelling. Oh, that's nice. But characters prominently wearing apparel bearing Duke's federally registered trademarks creates confusion and mistakenly suggests an endorsement or affiliation where none exists. Now, I'll say this, John. As a TV watcher for many years, I have never once thought, I bet that insert team or university X supports their logos being on a drug dealer on The Wire, for example.
Sure.
I have never once thought that. I never was watching this thinking, man, I bet Duke loves that this character has a gun and is imagining killing his family while also wearing Duke gear. I've never once thought that because I'm smart and not a moron. And also what is interesting is, not interesting, he's not wearing a Blue Devil. It just says Duke. And so that's where it comes interesting in terms of trademarks. It's just a name, It's like if I'm wearing something that says Nebraska, I mean, yeah, if it's red, people know what it means. But that's not the word Nebraska is not trademarked to the university.
Well, you know how people are. When someone in pop culture shows up in your team's gear, it's like, oh, cool. When the character from the
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory
Yep.
turns up in Husker gear.
Yep.
People around here lost their minds. Oh, cool. It's like a validation. Well, this is that, but it's the opposite.
Yes, it is.
Because it's like, oh man, this dude, he's wanting to kill himself and he's wearing a Duke shirt.
He's wearing a Duke shirt.
There's no way that a North Carolina fan won't get a hold of these memes and use it against us.
Oh, yeah. If and when Duke loses in the NCAA tournament, this meme will make an appearance. It will definitely make an appearance.
I understand Duke's concern, but I don't know if there's not really any trademark infringement because, again, it's just a name.
Yeah, according to, let's see, this is Jeanne or Jean? Jean, not right, not Jeanne. Jeanne. That's Jean. Jean Frommer.
Or Jeannie. Could be Jean or Jeannie.
Jeannie. A professor specializing in intellectual property law at the New York University School of Law. She told the Times that White Lotus is likely protected under the First Amendment, allowing known trademarks to be used for artistic and expressive purposes. Courts would likely defend that right as well. So the courts would say the White Lotus is allowed to have characters wear Duke shirts.
Right. And I get that that is their name, but Duke, who's to say that that's not a family name?
Now, there is some background with the characters where he went to Duke and he wants they have their youngest son and he is deciding between because his wife went to North Carolina.
Okay.
So it definitely is that. But that would be an interesting argument if they tried to make it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
By the way, real quick, before we get to our other Friday stuff, I mentioned it. The Oversight Committee has denied Colorado and Syracuse their request. In that you were wondering what is the reason why. The committee reviewed and provided feedback to the NCAA staff on a legislative relief waiver request permit, blah, 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 blah. The committee raised concerns regarding, one, the timing of the request, noting most institutions have already planned their spring practice periods and some are at the end of or have completed their spring practice period, and two, the competitive and recruiting advantage gained by the applicant institutions if a waiver was approved to allow these institutions to engage in activities no other institutions are permitted to do, and three, the potential academic impact associated with student athletes missing class time to participate in practice activities.
Here we go. Missing of the class time. That's never stopped you before. I mean, literally.
What's happening right now?
Yes.
There is this at the end, though. The committee agreed to discuss during a future meeting, a concept that could permit joint spring practices in future seasons. So
basically they're saying, well, you
did this too late.
You did this too late and everyone else is at a disadvantage.
Yeah. And you know what? I mean, I guess
that's fine. I will hear that.
I will too. It is March 28th. This idea came into existence, 10, 15 days ago. So within the last 2 weeks, other spring practices had very much unfolded.
Correct.
I think the missing class is BS. The other stuff I'll hear though. And so if they're open to it, maybe in the future, maybe this is something that happens in 2026.
Well, coming up next, it's content and then it's predictions.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Before we get into content, of course, tonight you've got the Midwest Regional in Indianapolis. Purdue is there.
Yeah.
Kentucky is there.
Yeah.
Tennessee is there. Rick Bozich, who is a TV reporter for a Louisville television station, just tweeted out a picture of the traffic on I-65, which is the north-south interstate that runs from Kentucky through Tennessee to Indianapolis.
How's that going?
He said if you're bound for Indy, the traffic on I-65 is at Indy 500 race day levels. The Indy 500 famously has 300,000 spectators.
Yikes. Imagine thinking
I'm not saying
you
there's
could
going to be
leave.
300,000 spectators at the basketball games tonight, but it's going to be packed.
Imagine thinking you could do a normal day, like a normal, maybe even a half work day, and then head out. Like, you got to take the day off and leave in the morning.
Yep.
Good luck.
All right, Joey.
Okie dokie. BYU, Maryland, Arizona, and Arkansas fell last night. Which is most likely to make it back to this round or even farther in a year?
It's not going to be Maryland.
No.
I think the best two candidates are actually BYU and Arizona.
Oh, tell me why.
Well, BYU's got the $4 million man and a pretty good coach. Arizona is always a program that is near the top.
Yeah.
The only reason I would say no to Arkansas is nothing against Coach Cal, but they are coming out of the SEC. But they would be a decent third, but definitely Maryland would be the fourth of the four teams.
Yeah, I was actually deciding between Arizona and Arkansas. I understand the reason why, maybe to be concerned about Arkansas. On the other hand, I guess kind of what you said about Arizona is also what I'd say for a Calipari team. I think that him and Kentucky, it was like a great separation that both sides needed. We'll see what happens with Kentucky tonight versus Tennessee as they try to go back to the Elite Eight for the first time in a handful of years. But I think it's between those two. I'll go with Arkansas.
Guys, you remember the Packers try to do something about that tush-push?
Oh, yes.
Well, Diana Rossini of The Athletic says momentum around banning the tush-push is growing. Sad.
Oh, man, you really hate to see this rule go away.
No, this is dumb.
Is it?
Yes.
You like players just being able to push other players, even though that
It's
wasn't
football.
a rule that was... They didn't allow that for decades, and now you're suddenly okay with it because it was the Eagles?
So, no, it has nothing to do with the Eagles.
Oh, interesting. If it would have been the Cowboys, I'd love to see your theory on this play.
Well, first of all, the Cowboys would never be tough enough to be able to execute it properly.
No lie detected.
Dak would fall on his face trying to run.
In all seriousness, like I don't understand why we didn't allow this for years, and then it just suddenly was allowed. And it's just like, that pulling guys into the end zone is not football.
Yeah, but they're not pulling guys.
They
They're pushing
do,
guys.
though. They pull guys. They push guys. Let the runner run. It's not about the Eagles. It's about that that's not what football has been for the majority of our lives.
But football came from rugby, and that's literally what rugby is.
This isn't rugby, though, John. This is football.
It evolved from rugby.
Yeah, well, evolution is
the
a
only
different
reason
topic,
people
John.
are upset at this is because the Eagles are so damn good at it.
Nah.
That's the only reason why.
It's not sad. This is a great day. How do you feel, Packer boy?
I mean, I'm uncertain about it. They've been using Jordan Love as the love shove, but then they've been putting in South Dakota State legend, Packer tight end, Tucker Kraft, and they've been executing that play effectively.
Legend.
So the Packers might be cutting off their nose to spite their face.
Interesting.
By approving something like this.
Interesting.
Former Tennessee football coach Jeremy Pruitt has filed a lawsuit against the NCAA seeking $100 million and claims it conspired with the university to make him a, quote, sacrificial lamb. Excuse me, $100 million? No way he gets that, right?
Of course not.
$100 million bucks? What are we talking about here?
The whole point here is to make a stink about it and then try to settle.
It is funny that he got in trouble for something that is very much allowed and nobody cares about anymore. But $100 million. His argument is, he doesn't have any other jobs now. At least he's not back in coaching. He wants to be back in coaching, yada, yada, yada.
Maybe he's not back in coaching because he's not very good.
Bingo.
Because they're letting everybody back in the sport now.
They really are.
Well, let's not spend 15 minutes on this. topic, what would you like to say about the feud between LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith?
I have no takes. I'm not engaging in this. I never watch anything. There's a link here. I clicked it and then I immediately closed it. Why would I want to engage in this? It's all so dumb. It's all a work, right? That's the term. Is that the wrestling term?
It's a work.
It's all a work. This is all pretend. And it is making both of them, they're just going to stay in the news. So I will not engage in this topic.
Ditto.
Wow, nice job.
And speaking of LeBron, whoops.
And looking is Giddey. Giddey still holding, still looking, and play accepted by Vooch. Left corner, Williams for three. Got it! Big time shot. Patrick Williams, 9.8 to go. And then LeBron threw it away. Kobe left side three. Yes! Oh my goodness! 6 seconds to go. Kobe White for three, putting the Bulls ahead. 116-115 on a turnover by LeBron James. At full court, Doncic holding and looking and play to Reeves. Works on Williams to the rim, and the layup is good. 3.3 left. 117-116 Lakers. Williams to Giddey over the midcourt line. Good it goes. Midcourt. Oh! It's good! It's good! It's good! Bulls win! Bulls win! Bulls win! Josh Giddey from midcourt from the Bulls logo. What a ball game! Unbelievable!
Travel.
That gets me every
Travel?
time. That gets me
Took 3
every
steps.
time.
Took 3 steps.
Seeing
I
that
didn't
Bulls
see that.
fan running courtside.
That
gets
was
me
pretty
every time.
funny.
Now the Lakers are just 2.5 games above the play-in cut line, but there's no need to panic, right, Josh?
No, of course not. Why would there be any panicking?
No, the best player in the world just throwing a dumb pass and turning it into a turnover. I mean,
that's a compliment. He's
don't
not the best player in the
forget-
world, but very nice of you, John.
Don't
to
forget
say
he
that.
scored 3 in the fourth quarter. He struggled.
oh
again.
boy, I don't
Back
know,
to
man.
back.
Man,
You
it's a
lose to the Bulls.
Barely got double figures in
Ew.
points the other
because
day.
first of all, it cheated. He traveled, as we all saw there. He took 3 steps like
I
the
didn't
player from
see
Maryland.
that. I
Oh,
didn't see
interesting. Doesn't look like anything to me, says John Bishop. Very, very interesting. No, in all seriousness, no. Why would he be concerned about them going to the playing game? They're fine. They won on Tuesday or on Wednesday. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's sports, John.
Yeah,
Are you
but
new here?
Isn't this like only 3 wins in the last 11 games? Something like that?
3 wins in the
Oh
last
boy.
11 games.
Lakers kind of stinky.
It's going to be tough.
Like Tony says in the comments.
What does Tony say?
1, 2, 3, Cancun!
Nah. All right, settle down, boys.
If you thought Hallmark Channel was done with the schmaltzy Christmas theme NFL love stories, think again. The Bills are the next team to be the subject of Holiday Touchdown, a Bills love story. Can you believe folks are actually watching this crap?
Is this a subtweet of your wife?
No, my wife does not watch this stuff.
Okay.
But this is apparently a sequel to the Chiefs themed one they did last year, but now it's going to be Bills themed. So what's the theme going to be? That, I don't know, Thurman Thomas wants to get engaged, but he forgot the engagement ring on the bench.
That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
Maybe Josh Allen's getting ready to get married, but then it gets overturned by replay.
What did Norwood go? Wide right or wide left?
right.
Yeah, you're going to go propose and you fall over to the right and you fall down on the ground and you drop the ring into the sewer. Somebody has to watch this garbage, I guess.
She has 13 seconds to decide.
Oh, excellent, Joey.
By the way, the Rays just walked off the Rockies.
Oh, baseball.
Poor Nick.
Look at all those fans. Oh, poor Nick. But he got married today, Joey.
Cameron Meisner walk-off home run, and the Rays, the Tampa Bay Yankees win at their new stadium.
Hopefully it wasn't watching while doing his wedding vows.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, good point.
The Tennessee Titans are ditching their Houston Oilers throwbacks. Sad to see them go, or happy because they decided to wear them against the actual team from Houston?
Happy, and I'm going to hold out hope that Houston can become the Oilers again. Houston Oilers, Houston Oilers. This is great. I honestly, you want to talk about some disrespect. It is moving from Houston, pulling out those throwbacks and wearing them against Houston.
Yes.
That is some absolute garbage. Let's make the Texans the Oilers. The color scheme is better. The logo is better. The name is better. I hope that this happens. Can it happen?
It can, but they won't do it.
Ugh,
It's not gonna
monsters.
They won't do it.
Because is it the same franchise that just
The
relocated
Titans,
in
yes,
Tennessee?
the Titans
Yeah.
are the. See, what's interesting though is that when the Ravens moved from Cleveland and became the Ravens. Then they, I don't know the exact machinations, but they gave up all the Cleveland stuff, and that's how the Browns became the Browns again.
Correct.
Though those are two separate franchises.
And that's
Correct.
kind of like the Supersonics moving to OKC for the Thunder, but if Seattle gets their team back, they'll
be the Supersonics.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just don't know why this can't happen with the Oilers. It's just such a better name. Better look, better everything.
Well, boys, there's some rain in the forecast this weekend and some wind, but otherwise looks like a very normal spring weather. Anyway, that's all I got.
Oh, excellent. That's very nice of Joey. Snow is done. It's going to be it's going to be a little chilly. Get out the sweatpants, John. Maybe a hooded sweatshirt or two. I don't know. That'd be a little warm. Cuddle up under a blankie. I don't think you have anything to worry about, though. Certainly not a single solitary frozen snowflake.
We'll see about that.
Oh, will we?
We'll see about that. Methinks you brag too much.
You see what Joey just did?
What did Joey do? I didn't see it. Yes, I would
well
be
played.
concerned.
Well played, Joey.
I would be concerned. Anytime Josh says anything about the weather, expect the worst. Coming up next, predictions.
Let's do it.
A lot of basketball to get to on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Vikings in the over.
It's been a couple weeks. We keep swapping the lead. It's very close in predictions.
But I'm still whooping ass.
No, you're not whooping anything.
Back to back. We're on our way. We're feeling good.
I mean, for you, yeah, a 1-point lead would be pretty impressive.
I feel great.
Not as impressive as my 22-game streak on the March Madness bracket.
But nothing is, Joey.
That's
nothing
true.
is as impressive as that.
All right, let's get to it tonight. Ole Miss, 3.5-point underdogs versus Michigan State. Nick has already submitted his predictions. He's going with Michigan State. I'm going with Michigan State.
Man, I am too, even though Chris Beard is a really good coach. Really good
Oh, you got
coach.
something wrong with Tom Rizzo?
Nah, I don't know. He's just annoying. Not like I like Chris Beard, though, as a human. I'll go with the Spartans.
I got Michigan State tonight. They're one of my Final Four teams.
Congrats to Ole Miss.
Kentucky plus 4.5 versus Tennessee.
Give me the Wildcats to cover.
UK has won the previous 2 games. I say they make it 3.
Woo.
Nick is going with Tennessee.
I got Kentucky for tonight's game.
All right.
Running
Ronson is
outright.
favored.
Michigan is an 8.5-point dog versus Auburn, Joey.
Auburn's gonna win this outright.
Are they going to cover?
Yes, they will.
All right, so Auburn.
Michigan's success in the one score or close games comes to an end. They cover, but they lose.
I'm going to go with Auburn. Nick will go with Auburn. Janai Broom's points tonight for Auburn, over under 18.5. I say he goes under.
Same.
I got the under.
Nick's going to go with the over.
Okay.
Purdue and Houston. The Cougars are an 8.5-point favorite. I think with the home crowd, I think this is going to be close. I think Houston wins, but Purdue covers the 8.5.
Couldn't disagree more. I think Houston's going to run them out of the building to the point where they will have thousands of empty seats with the last handful of minutes to go as Houston rolls.
I think Purdue's going to make it close with it being in Indianapolis. It's right along I-65. There's going to be a lot of fans there. They'll keep it close, but Houston wins.
Nick's going to go with Houston as well, so we got an even split. Which game tonight has the closest margin of victory? I say it's going to be Purdue and Houston.
Michigan, Auburn.
Ole Miss, Michigan State.
Wow.
And
awesome.
Nick is also going with Ole Miss and Michigan State.
Dang, I was hoping we'd have all of them.
Elite 8. Tomorrow, Texas Tech plus 6.5 versus the Florida Gators. Nick is going with Texas Tech.
Chomp, chomp. Give me Florida.
Florida.
Same, Florida. Alabama, 6.5 points. The spread. Duke, the favorite. Blue Devils.
Yeah, I want to go with Bama to cover and Duke to win. But after they made all those threes, now I'm like, ugh, they're not going to have as good of a night from beyond the arc. Give me Duke.
I just don't think they're going to replicate what they did last night. I got Duke big.
Duke in a clean sweep. Cooper Flag over under 19.5 points. Nick says under.
I got over.
Same.
Baseball
tonight. Tigers plus 1.5 runs at the Dodgers.
LA.
I know Detroit loves me because every time I see my teams play the Detroit teams, they somehow lose.
Ha!
Celtics and Packers. Okay, I got the Dodgers.
So does Nick, so do I. Braves and Padres. Braves plus 1.5. I'm going with Pods. Dylan Cease, the Padre debut.
Braves.
Padres.
Nick will also go with the Padres. Will Nebraska baseball take at least one game this weekend from top 10 Oregon State?
It's 3, right? 3 games?
3 games, but will they all get played because of the weather? Remember, it's going to be rainy and maybe snowy.
Yeah, will they do a doubleheader tomorrow if they have to?
They'll try to get them in,
try?
But you know,
And today would have been the day to try to do a doubleheader, honestly.
Probably.
No, the answer is no.
I say they'll find a stupid way to win one game.
Nice.
Joey's going to lone wolf Nebraska.
So none of us are going with it other than him?
Knicks minus 1.5 at Milwaukee. Give me the Bucks.
Bing bong. Give me the Knicks.
Got Milwaukee tonight.
Knicks going with the Knicks. How
Nice.
appropriate. Cavs -5 at the Pistons. Knicks going with the Pistons.
You know what? I'll agree with Nick there. Give me Detroit.
And I know Cade Cunningham was reported out for tonight's game due to an injury. I was going to pick the Pistons, but I got to go with the Cavs.
I didn't realize that. I'm going to go with Cleveland.
Just announced today.
All right, give me Cleveland.
All right, I'm going with Cleveland.
Okay.
Will we know Aaron Rodgers' destination this weekend?
We had this on the ledger 2 weeks ago, and we
You
did
were
not.
wrong.
And I was wrong. I guess I'll just say no again. This is boring. I want to know.
It's not going to happen. We're not going to find out until probably June.
Oh, wow.
You could write that.
Put it on the list?
Put it on the list.
put it on the
Joey
list.
says we're not going to find out till June.
It's going to be sometime in June during off-season training or pretty much before preseason. He did this a couple years ago with Green Bay when he was uncertain. Then he finally showed up sometime in the summer. It's going to be this way. He's just going to haul it out.
All right, I got it on the list. We won't know his destination until sometime in June.
Do you know, Joey, where you can find the best soccer in the whole wide world?
No, tell me.
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. And
La Liga!
That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga! We got a great matchup between the Valencia Oranges and the Mall Whales. I'm sorry, it's Mallorca, which is Spanish for the Mall Whales. Nick is going with the Valencia Oranges.
I'm going to go with the draw.
Damn, you took mine. I'm going with the
baby.
tie.
I'm all in on this after you just played that drop. Valencia.
Wow, no one likes the Mall Whales. And finally,
is this the Coke? Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
That's right, the Cookout 400.
The Coked Out 400?
Cookout, as in cook out. Go outside, you cook out. You've got a grill now. You got a griddle.
I got a griddle.
Actually cook some dinner.
Yeah, there you go.
Pick 3. It's going to be either Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, or Christopher Bell. Nick is going with Blaney, Larson, and Elliott.
I'm going to go with Larson, Hamlin, and Slowey.
I got Blaney, Hamlin, and Byron.
Man, I'm taking the same ones. All right, there you go. There's predictions for this week. Good luck to all, but mostly to me.
And me.
Myself.
And I. Wow, we're ahead of the game.
I know. This doesn't usually happen on a Friday.
No, it never happens. That's so weird. That's so weird. What are you doing?
Baseball's over, right?
Baseball's
I believe
over.
the Frozen Four is on, so I was going to turn it to see what was going on in the Frozen
hockey?
Four. Yeah,
that's
it's only the national championship.
Wow.
No, I saw
sexist of you to call the
settle
women's basketball tournament the Frozen Four.
I got a close game.
All right, I'll turn it back there. I saw a tweet about the Frozen Four, so I was going to watch it.
Josh, you should know better.
What?
College hockey can only be found on the internet.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder where this is. That's definitely the ESPN graphics. All right, we'll watch that.
When we come back, it's what's for dinner.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I got no idea, but it was spaghetti last night.
Was it good?
Yes.
Meatballs?
No, just meat sauce.
I am yet again on a Friday heading to Monolithic, and I'm going to do the fish fry.
Gross.
As the no, it's so good.
Not Monolithic gross, just fish fries are gross.
It's a great time as the Lent season rolls on. Can't
Again,
wait.
It's not in the playbook, kids.
Then I'll go home and I'll maybe have some meat. I'll bacon just in honor of you, John. I don't care.
I appreciate
I just like the fried fish.
Barbecue sounds good tonight.
Barbecue.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pick up some barbecue over at
You Catholic
HOG.
heathen.
Interesting. You just play both sides in the segment.
hey! Good news for me is the lines are empty.
That's true, Joey. That's an excellent
true.
point.
That is true. Man, we don't normally have time to fill after the end.
I know.
Hey, did you hear Memphis fired their head coach?
Yes, Joey. Can you explain? Do you know about this? The Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies. I was going to say, not talking Memphis Tigers.
And as we talk about this, let's look at it real fast. In the Western Conference, you say, "Oh, they must stink." They are the 5 seed currently in the Western Conference.
I mean, they're basically the Lakers.
They're very good, is what we're saying here. They could contend for the NBA Finals. Joey, why did they do this?
I do not know. And
they're 5-5 in their last 10. What the hell?
They had a struggling last year because of injuries. John Morant was hurt, and then they had to deal with Dylan Brooks being Dylan Brooks. Or no, that was 2 years ago.
I was going to say they have to deal with John Morant being John Morant.
Yeah, that too, with his social media sound bites.
Yep, and his gun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So are we thinking that something odd is going on?
It might be a behind the scenes kind of a deal.
Like a, what's his name? Who was the coach before your current guy, before Joe Mazzulla?
Oh, Ime Udoka.
Yeah, remember?
He's on the Rockets.
He's a Rockets head coach, and they're the 2 seed. And remember, there was all sorts of rumors and innuendo that we never officially learned. Could it be something like that with the Grizz guy?
Who knows? We'll find out.
That was a weird story to see this morning. Very weird.
Yeah, why would you fire your coach when you're in the playoffs?
Yeah. Also, right before the season,
or
right before the playoffs.
2 weeks before the playoffs.
I was going to say, we're what?
It's about that time.
Less than 10 games.
Yeah, so it'll be in
Everybody's
a few weeks.
played about at least 72 games.
It starts the weekend I'm in Boston, maybe? Does it start Easter weekend?
It's the regular season ends on the 15th. They'll do their play-in games on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then Saturday, I think the 22nd or no, 19th.
That's when it starts?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the weekend.
Saturday
that's
and
Easter
Sunday.
weekend.
Yeah,
yeah,
Easter
so not
weekend.
even less than a month.
Joey, we don't sweat the play-in games.
Yeah, neither do we.
No.
We don't sweat.
Joey, do you know he was a Lakers fan growing up?
You're not one of the we.
This is
this is the we. The we's over here.
It doesn't
you're
matter.
The you. We're the we.
It doesn't matter what happens in the past, Josh, because Jason Tatum.
It doesn't matter what happens in the past. Interesting. Tell
was
that
a
to
Lakers
Germany.
fan.
That's an over.
Go off topic.
That's a big over.
Yeah, doesn't he have the number 24 tattooed on his leg?
Yeah, he's a huge Kobe Bryant fan.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, he worked out a lot with him in his developing years in the NBA.
Too bad he has no personality.
If Kobe were still here with
He's
us, he would probably
corny.
say, "Man, I wish I could have been a Celtic."
He is corny. That guy's corny as hell. Jason Tatum, he's very good.
No legal problems.
He's very. That's true. We can agree on that. He's very good. He's very good.
Father.
He's very good.
Celtics have won 7 straight.
Awesome.
You know what's
We're
ridiculous?
closing. I mean, we're probably not going to catch him for the 1 seed, but we're only 5 games back.
You know what's ridiculous?
You.
Shut up, Josh. They won 14 of their last 15 road games. You know what that one loss was? That Detroit game I was at.
The Detroit game.
But
Joey,
here-
are you cursed?
Well, I was previously cursed with the Packers, and I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
When I went to the Packers-Lions game for my first game at Lambeau, if Chance is listening, the Lions haven't won in Lambeau in like 25 years. I was at that game.
Yeah. What year was this?
2015. This was the year.
Was it a snow game?
No, it was a early November game. It was 70 degrees outside, which is uncharacteristic for Green Bay weather.
Yeah.
But it was 18-3. It was one of those sleeper games, and then all of a sudden the Packers came back. Rodgers threw a touchdown pass. It was a 2-point deficit. They missed a 2-point conversion. It was like 30 seconds left. Onside kick to Calvin Johnson. He botched it. So the Packers recovered, get into field goal range with Mason Crosby. They had like a 48-yard field goal, and he shanked it. Shanked it.
Well, we just need to, I mean.
And then this.
Well, I don't remember this game at all.
You just need to stay away from our Celtics. Just don't go watch any more games. Just watch on TV.
Don't see them play. Don't see them or any of my teams play Detroit, because the Celtics-Pistons game.
Yeah.
Celtics were on a 12-game winning streak against the Pistons until that game. And Jaylen Brown did not play that game, and Kristaps Porzingis was dealing with an illness, a respiratory problem. He played that lone game in the 10-game span that he missed a lot of action.
Yeah. Who's your hockey team?
I don't know.
I was going to say, watch out for my Red Wings, Joey. You know, I turned on the Red Wings a few weeks ago when I was packing and getting ready to move.
Just watch it for fun.
Yeah. And the Red Wings melted down and lost. And I was like, this is why I don't watch hockey.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I do like hockey when I watch it. That sentence didn't make any sense.
So yeah, I'll try to go up to Boston for a Celtics game.
There you go.
That's on the bucket list.
Maybe when I'm there, I'll throw urine at the arena. A big bag of urine.
That would be typical of you Lakers
Splish
fans.
splash.
It'd be typical of you Lakers fans. It was peeing in the lake, and now you're throwing the pee out.
That's why they call us the Lakers. That's why they call us the Lakers.
They just annoy me. They think they have all the 17 banners.
Oh, here we go. These Celtics.
12 in L.A.
You Celtics fans are
Yeah,
such dorks
you
about
can't
this.
count them all.
You can.
No,
you literally can.
No, you can't. You
17.
You can't claim the 5 that were in Minneapolis, and they only moved because
You
they could not get any fans.
You claim
to show
11 of them when there was like 8 teams in the league. That's more pretend.
It
still the
counts.
NBA
It's
is still the same
NBA.
franchise.
You had to win.
Same franchise.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
Don't be jealous, Josh.
Since 1980, the Lakers have won 11 championships.
Don't be jealous. All of
Since
Omaha is going to love the Celtics
1980,
because of Baylor Sharman.
The Celtics have won 5. So I'm feeling pretty good as a Lakers fan.
I wouldn't.
I'm feeling great.
Spoiled fan base.
Your so-called great player literally threw the game away last night in Chicago. Just threw it away.
I'm feeling great.
Hey, I'm too busy feuding with the ESPN guy here. Have the ball.
Go on a media tour.
What do we got tomorrow or Monday?
Monday. AAA season starts. Storm Chasers are back, friends.
President C.
Mitch Sherman will join us, and Jerry Kuth.
Let's go. Not in studio. In a couple weeks, Jerry Kuth is bringing in ice cream for us.
Ah,
Can't
Jerry
wait for
Kuth
that.
ice cream, baby. You can't beat that.
Looking forward to it.
Have a great weekend.
Bye,
Hope
everybody.
you don't get snowed in.
No, you won't. The snow's done.
Bye.